Good morning, everybody, and welcome to our continuing live coverage of the PABCON Adult Championships from Sunset Station Strike Zone Bowling Center. Lucas Wiseman here with you as we get started with the trios event. Both the men and the women bowling at the same time this morning. 6 games, straight across, no break. Left lane oiled with the long pattern. The right lane oiled with the short pattern, so the player's going to have to be on their toes this morning as we get started with trios. We do have cameras down on in the 30s, which is about 20 lanes from where we are on the guys, because the split between the men and the women happens a little bit of ways from us, so we will have the wireless headphones and wireless mic going in a little bit to keep an eye on what's going on in the men's division as we take a look at Shannon Pluhowski. Again, we're at Sunset Station Strike Zone Bowling Center in Henderson, Nevada. I'm Lucas Wiseman, and Jason Overstreet here with us this morning as well.
There'll be a lot of action to try to keep track of today, Lucas, when we have both the men and the women at the same time. But we'll do our best to try to keep everyone informed about what's going on as things take shape. As Lucas detailed, 6 games. So there should be some good action to show everyone.
It's going to be a long day for these players. It's 6 games, probably going to take, I would guess, 4.5, 5 hours for them to bowl. That'll be followed by the doubles medal ceremony and potentially the the trios medal ceremony as well. We'll have to wait and see. Depends on how quick they're able to get the scores verified. Just updating the USBC Facebook page this morning to let everybody know that the live streaming is now active. So do us a favor, head over to the USBC Facebook page and share that status to spread the word about the live streaming. If you just scroll up the page a little bit on our YouTube channel, you'll see the Facebook icon. So click that, it'll take you right to our Facebook page, and you can hit share on that status. And Jason, I'm going to step away for a second, switch out these headphones, having a little bit of problem.
So as Lucas steps away, you can see some of the variety of teams that we've got today. Canada and Brazil over on our men's pair. Along with Colombia. Venezuela. Team USA trio of Pluhowski, Johnson, and Nation. Next door to them, they're sharing the lanes with Uruguay and then Mexico and Costa Rica.
All right, that's better. So yeah, all of the men and the women bowling at the same time this morning, and for the Team USA women, it's Liz Johnson, Stephanie Nation, and Shannon Pluhowski are together. The other threesome is Deandra Esbeatty, Leanne Hulsenberg, and Josie Ernest. Not sure who is bowling together on the men's side. On the men's side, Bill O'Neill, Marshall Kent, and Tommy Jones bowling together. John Janowitz, Patrick Allen, and Steve Smith are teamed up.
Question in our YouTube chat about if just anyone can participate in the PABCON championships, and the answer is no. You need to make your country's national team. So in the United States, it would be qualifying through Team USA trials, which takes place in January, actually here in Las Vegas. Then not only do you have to make the team, but the coaches have to select you as one of the 6 players to come to the championships. This is the qualifying event for this zone, this part of the world, for the World Championships. Very prestigious event, international bowling, and only the top players in the world are here. The format here is 6 games, total pinfall. This is the 3rd event of the PABCON championships. We had singles start us off on Monday, doubles yesterday. And we'll have the team event Thursday and Friday, Masters match play competition on Saturday. Glad everyone's with us here on Bowl TV. Bowl TV is brought to you by the United States Bowling Congress and its nearly 2 million members. Thank you to all of our USBC members that are watching. It is only because of certified USBC League play that we're able to bring you this benefit.
It's going to take a little while till we have a pretty good idea of who is establishing a good game here. It's got, it's trios, so it's going to take a little longer for each game than what we saw the past couple of days in the doubles and the singles events.
That is a slightly slower process. When you had singles and doubles, they were 4 on a pair, and now, of course, 6. But no break, 6 games straight through. So
Yeah, and then the action will shift to the team event tomorrow for the first 3 games on short. Friday, the final 3 games of team event on long, and they will not bowl all together. I'm not sure why they're not bowling all together in the team event if they are in the trios, but probably because it doesn't quite take as long for the team event. But the men and the women will be separated tomorrow, which is actually better for us here on Bowl TV.
A little bit easier to deal with the divisions going separately. A lot of things to keep track of. It's going to be fast and furious as we get down towards the end of the competition, trying to do the math on where everybody sits in the standings. Although there can be more of a tendency in the trios and team events for certain teams to spread out. But you never know.
Yeah, usually there's a little more distance between the teams, but the one thing we have going in our favor is each game takes longer, so you have a little bit more time to try to sort out what's going on.
And the 2 patterns that are out there play drastically different. The difference really you see here in the international competition between league bowling, which is somewhat recreational in nature, and high-level competitive bowling.
Apologize to those of you watching if you had the signal drop out on you. Not sure what happened there. Seems like we had a momentary problem with the internet connection here. Usually it's great here. We don't have any problems, but maybe just a momentary issue. Let's hope that everything is all right now.
Sometimes there can be a hiccup, just the nature of online broadcasting.
Azaret Zetter is off to a good start today for Mexico. Strike, 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 8 spare strike. That's about as good as I'm seeing out there at this stage.
We'll look to try to show her on the next shot. I know she's got friends and family watching.
I mean, Jason, if you look across, there aren't a ton of strikes, string of strikes. I mean, I see a few here and there, but the Team USA's Ernest, Asbady, and Holzenberg are off to a great start. Ernest and Asbady both have spare, followed by 3 strikes in a row, and Holzenberg double spare strike. So they are off to a really good start. Yeah, Majestic makes a good point in the chat that there's some very rare weather that's happening here in Las Vegas, and anytime it rains here, it gets crazy. Like, I mean, it's in the middle of the desert, so when it rains, it causes massive problems. So we'll blame the rain and the weather on our live streaming problem this morning.
Blame it on the rain.
That's right. Yeah, if you didn't see the picture I posted last night, I'm pretty sure it was rain shafts last night that were approaching the Las Vegas Strip. Posted that on my Twitter feed and on my Facebook. It was a pretty cool picture. Somebody even said they thought they saw a woman's face in the clouds, and I didn't quite see that, but.
What significance would that have, Lucas? Is that?
I don't know. Maybe because the women are bowling here this week. I don't know. Maybe she saw one of the bowlers in the clouds. Not quite sure. I looked at it. I couldn't find anything. And if you are on Twitter, you can use the hashtag PABCON, which it looks like we need to adjust a couple of our cameras to get the hashtag out of the pins, but we'll work on that in a couple of minutes here.
Or we can just take the hashtag down.
That might be a better option. Looks like our stream health is back to good, so that's a good sign. So hopefully we won't have any more problems. It was kind of strange. Again, it's just the first game. If you were trying to tune in at our start time from the last couple of days at 8 a.m., you didn't see much because they didn't start at 8 a.m. this morning. We got an extra hour of sleep starting at 9 o'clock today because it does not take quite as long with everybody on one squad.
You got an extra hour of sleep. I had somebody who didn't realize the time change wake me up this morning, but that's okay.
Well, that's what you get for leaving your phone on.
That was no better. We've enjoyed bringing you coverage here from the PABCON Championships in Las Vegas this week. Certainly want to thank our hosts, Sunset Station, Hotel, Casino, and Resort. This is a great place to visit. Every meal is can have a different style, a different restaurant. It's quite a facility here. Italian, steakhouses, numerous fast food options if that's your preference. Great buffet. I know that the bowlers are really enjoying it. There's Azarette. Did we get her next shot?
Yeah, 3-6-9-10.
That was not her best of the day so far.
We're in the 6th and 7th frames here of game 1. If you want to check out our upcoming schedule of live streaming events, you can do that on bowl.com. Go to bowl.com/livestream. And you can see our schedule for the next couple of days here at the PABCON Championships. And then, Jason, we actually go into kind of a slow stretch. We don't have anything on the schedule until October 19th. So almost 2 months So there's going to be a lot of people going through Bowl TV withdrawals, I think, during that time.
Well, if you like us on Facebook and follow us on Twitter, you'll get an alert from time to time. We actually do special shows from the ITRC. We're not able to do them on a every week basis, but we try and do it every other week or so, normally on Wednesdays, where Matt Lawson, Lucas, and a member of our coaching staff will take your questions and give you some tips on things that might be applicable to your game. Call it Bowl TV Live. Oh boy, Liz lost that one up to the right.
Did she leave the head pin by itself, or is that the 2-pin? I think it's a 2-pin.
I
don't
know.
It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell
I think
from our
it's a
angle.
2-pin. You're right.
But yeah, we do the Bowl TV Live thing and take your questions. Usually every other Wednesday at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. I think the next one is scheduled to be on the 29th of August, so a week from today. And the more,
make sure you get all the gear back in time.
Yeah, we should. Yeah, we think we'll be okay. But we will take some questions about your bowling game and have some of the coaches from Team USA answer them. And obviously, the more good questions we get, the more we will answer. So be sure to tune in for that a week from today at 4 p.m. Eastern. I should put that on our live stream schedule here at some point, since we kind of do it regularly now, you know.
It's a good idea. And Lucas likes to try his Spanish, so those of you that are watching from other parts of the world that want to ask coaching staff from Team USA various things.
Unfortunately, I don't think we'd be able to answer in Spanish, but I think we're using more lanes today. We have to be using more lanes today than we have the other 2 days, because we've got everybody in the field bowling. So we're using lanes, boy, it might be 3 through 70 today. That's what we're using. That's bad news for me with my wireless headset, because it doesn't go down all the way to lane 3. I think I get to about lane 20 before Jason starts yelling at me that he can't hear me anymore. But we'll have to try to keep you updated the best we can. We're at Sunset Station, Strike Zone Bowling Center. Jason and I spend a lot of time in this bowling center, I think, over the past couple of years, and even more so the next year or so. The Team USA trials will be here in January, and then the World Championships will be here a year from now. We'll have live coverage on Bowl TV of the World Championships. And then that's followed by the USBC Queens. I think we're going to spend almost a month here, aren't we, Jason, next year?
Maybe we should look into, a condo or something. Yeah. Except I don't know that we need to spend that much time together.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Maybe they can give us the penthouse suite here at the Sunset Station and let us live up there. Something.
You have us confused with somebody who is important.
Who's important? Yeah, I know. Wow, Sandy Gongora, boom. Saw her there. Just shredded the rack. At 710, got taken down by the head pin, I think. But yeah, a lot going to be going on here in Vegas. Always is. I think we spend a lot of time live streaming here in Vegas. It's kind of, Nevada has become the bowling capital of the world, it seems like. The state of Nevada with the Open and the Women's Championships here next year. The World Championships in this state next year. Queens. Lots of big college tournaments. The World Seniors will probably be here next year.
But you really just can't duplicate having the number of lane beds that we have in Las Vegas and in Reno at the bowling stadium, and then the accommodations right next to it. And from an international standpoint, when you have players that are coming from far away, that are traveling as a group, not all renting cars, etc., to have the convenience of being able to bowl and have your room and have many restaurant options all in the same place, it's just tremendously convenient and is a very attractive option when the organizers are looking for places to go. Although it was interesting, Lucas, to see that Lincoln, Nebraska received a bid for an international event in the last round of host cities that were awarded.
Yeah, it's a ways away, but they're going to host the World Youth Championships in 2016, I believe.
So it's a little ways out, but
yeah, I hope we're still doing Bowl TV in 2016.
Wow.
That's a long ways away.
Yeah,
by then, who knows
true.
what technology will have brought us, you know?
That's true.
Maybe we'll be doing Bowl TV in 3D by then.
If you look at actually just 4 years ago, we had not yet started our live streaming. It was 2009 was really when the World Championships in Las Vegas, World Women's in 2009 was when we first started the project, and it's been growing and getting bigger and better ever since. But before that, it's kind of a shame people weren't able to see some of this great action, but now we're able to bring it to you.
I remember the good old days when I would go to a tournament and not have to carry 8 suitcases with me. Or however many we have. We've got a lot of stuff here this week.
But this is a lot more fun.
It is. It makes it interesting because I used to sit in the stands and watch and like do my own commentating to myself or to whoever's sitting next to me. So now I can do it while sitting here and more people can hear me instead of me talking to myself. I think that the Team USA trio of Asbady, Ernest, and Holzenberg are going to put up a big score here this first game. And wouldn't surprise me if they took the lead after the opening game. Neshka Cardona of Puerto Rico off to her right here has got a chance for a 280 game as she enters the 10th frame. It's pretty solid. Unfortunately, her teammates aren't giving her much help. We'll see if we can get a shot at Neshka when she steps up in the 10th in a moment. Someone asking in the chat if the women follow the women and the men follow the men. They do. Yep. They'll just rotate within their gender. They won't cross with each other. That never happens. At least in international competition, the women always bowl on the same lanes. The men bowl on their same lanes. Donnie is in his biology class watching this right now. Well, that's great, and we hope that you can multitask and watch Bowl TV while also learning some biology, although I was never very good at biology.
If it was physics, you could kind of play it off, but not a whole lot of biology, I'm afraid, that we can
Is biology
apply.
where you have to take the little animals and cut them open and stuff?
Yes,
that's the worst.
There is typically some dissection as part of
Yeah. That's the worst. I never liked that part. Oh, nice split conversion there for Sandy. Muy bueno. Majestic says it'd be great to see teams do like college and have the Baker format. I agree. I would love to see some Baker format competition in the zone and the World Championships. It's really such an exciting format, and I wish that they could find a way to institute it. I think that unfortunately the Baker format is much more popular in the United States than it is in the rest of the world. I'm not sure that they really use it very much in the rest of the world. They may think we're crazy if we try to recommend it, but it certainly is a very exciting format.
That's a good question, and you've certainly spent your fair share of time covering bowling events outside of the United States. Have you ever heard or seen it anywhere else?
I don't think so. I mean, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't remember seeing it anywhere else. I have seen they have the European style of bowling, which is where you bowl an entire game on just one lane. And that would be very foreign to a lot of U.S. bowlers. Neshka missed, so she's not going to get the 280s. And actually, I think that bowling on just one lane might actually be against USBC rules.
It is.
Yeah, you can't just bowl on one lane, but they do it in international competition sometime. Of course, the WTBA and the FIQ are the world governing bodies, so their rules, I guess, would trump the USBC rules in international competition. So even though USBC rules are generally followed in most of the rest of the world.
Sometimes there are, a few things that are slightly different for different reasons. USBC, for example, surface alteration rules are a little bit different in international play versus in USBC rules.
They're saying in the chat that sometimes they use it in the Dominican Republic. Someone saying that in Mexico City they've used it. Another person saying that he's in Mexico and they don't use it. So it seems like it's not too widespread, but and yeah, somebody mentions the old World Team Cup, the 10-pin Team Cup. I wonder if they used Baker for that. That's been defunct now for a number of years. Nicholas, shout out from the Ebonite Training Center. Good morning or afternoon, wherever you may be. I'm not sure exactly where that is, but I would guess maybe in Kentucky. Well, Team USA's Holsenberg, Asbady, and Ernest were kind of cruising along, but Deandra just missed a makeable spare in the 9th frame. That kind of cools off their potential, but they're still going to have a big score. Stephanie Nation missed an easy spare in the 10th frame and only shot 188 the first game. Azaret's sister is in the chat and wants to know how Azaret's doing. She's doing good. 177 in the 8th frame and a spare in the 9th. So her max score is 227. And yes, make a good point. They do use the Baker format in the Weber Cup, which is a special event that's run by Matchroom Sport over in Europe. Well, that's a very small event. They only have a few players that compete in that. They're saying in Mexico City they have TV exhibitions with the Baker system, and when they train the youth, they try to use it to make a solid team. It's a good plan. I think having a Baker format helps to build the team up because you have to rely on your teammates even more so than a five-player regular team game, because everybody has to bowl well to score high. But I still would love to see the Baker format instituted in the World or Zone Championships at some point. Not sure that we'll ever see it, but it would be interesting. These events have a lot of history, and they don't tend to want to mess with the formats too much.
True. It would be an interesting, slightly different challenge for teams.
Well, I mean, they did make a major format change for the World Championships with the Masters match play competition. They went from having kind of a crapshoot tournament to go into a round-robin format and then go into a step ladder. So That's a good change, I think. Team USA's Johnson, Pluhowski, and Nation, they shoot 6:07 it looks like, or 6:17. 6:17 for them in game one. Jason, take camera 4. Right in front of you there. Michelle Ayala with a long string of strikes here. She's got a good game going. We just jinxed her. She got 6. She could have maxed out at 267 this game. Instead, she's going to be at 253, it looks like, with the spare. Maybe we can get Azarette's last shot for her sister. We're on 2. Azarette got a spare in the 10th frame, so her max is 215.
Run down the Team USA total already, Lucas?
Yep. Josie Ernest shot at 269. That's a great start for her. Here's Azarette. Good shot.
Nice finish.
215 for her. They're going to have a pretty decent total as well. Lilia Roble can shoot 227, and Eliana Lomili can shoot 204. So looks like they'll have a pretty nice total. I still think that Ernest Asbady and Hulsenberg will probably be in the lead after the first game. It's hard to say, though, because I can't see everybody. They're giving me a hard time about the Lucas jinx in the chat. Somebody, this was funny, Jason. I don't know if you saw it on my Facebook page, but I posted that picture of the cool clouds, and somebody responded and said, the Wiseman jinx probably means snow showers on the way. Like that's pretty funny. I don't think we're going to get snow showers in August in
yeah, I think we're
Vegas,
pretty safe on that.
But that would be a true jinx if that were the case. Deandra Asbady is going to shoot 212 first game. And that Team USA trio can shoot over 700 for the first game. That's pretty solid.
If you're just joining us, you are watching live coverage of the PABCON Championships here on Bowl TV. I'm Jason Overstreet along with Lucas Wiseman. We are just finishing up game 1 of 6 men's and women's trios taking place at the same time. And it is 6 games total pinfall to determine the medals. We'll have the action for you start to finish today.
Team USA, Ernest 269, Asbady 212, Holstenberg 215, so just short of 700. Gets 16. I'm sorry, 696. Game one pretty much done here. Mexican team with Azurette, Lilia and Ileana shot 591.
Well, if you haven't done so yet, we hope you'll subscribe to our YouTube channel here for Bowl TV. As Lucas and I were mentioning earlier, a fairly new project, Bowl TV Live, that offers coaching tips to our viewers from the International Training and Research Center. Runs every couple of weeks, and to find out when those events are coming or get a notification of when that are available on demand, just subscribe to the channel. See the subscribe option there right around your picture right now. More than 7,000 people have done so thus far, and we would love to have a few of the more of the 500 that are watching right now decide to join us. You can share the link of what you're watching today also right from the Bowl TV page. And we invite everybody to click that like button too, to let everybody know that you like watching best bowlers in the world here live from Las Vegas. Social media, a big part of what we try to do with Bowl TV. The more attention that together we can all get for international bowling, and the more funding that comes from various countries, and perhaps someday a chance to be considered for Olympic inclusion. So everything that you can do to help boost the attention for what we do here on Bowl TV is much appreciated. Women's featured pairs are all wrapped up, so we'll just keep focused on the men's side here as they conclude. And once the ladies get started again, we'll be sure to let you know. Lucas is going to take the wireless microphone and go in search of some scores. Marcelo Schwartz for Brazil gets the carry. See a question from Michelle in the chat asking if we can see Canada's scores. I can't see them. Lucas may be able to get down there and get them. The area of the center that the men are bowling on is a long ways away from where our control area is, so we can see the women's scores, but we can't see the men's. At least I can't from where I'm switching the cameras, but Lucas is going to go look and try and investigate some info on what's happening with the guys. Looks like we're going to have a good look at the Team USA women on this next rotation. Say there's Deandra Asbady checking out the approaches. Josie Ernest, they'll be sharing the lanes with Team Canada. So we're going to have Canada and the United States on our women's featured pair this time around.
All right, Jason, I'm back with you now. Just coming down to here, and off to the right, we've got George Lambert going for a 300 game. Jason, if you can take camera number 6. I just adjusted a little right. Are you able to see him?
We can, yes.
George Lambert has the front 11, going for the 300. Got lucky here. See if he gets it. Got it. Wow, that was a great shot. 300, our first one of the tournament. George Lambert. And that Canadian team shoots 681. The other Canadian team 719. So what a start for Canada. That was a great final shot, though. Doesn't get much better than that. I mean, he packed all 10 straight back.
That's terrific. Matt Lawson there as well to be able to show the highlights.
Go to the next game.
I wish I was a little bit quicker on the draw there, Lucas. I would have recorded in the TriCaster, but fortunate we were able to get it. That's great that we were able to see the shot.
Just happened to get down here in time to see what was going on, and saw some people gathering, and I said, hey, wait a minute. People gathering usually means that something big is happening.
Congratulations to George. That's great to see. Lots of hugs all around. Hazel McClary down there, well-known member of the Canadian delegation. So that's great to see.
Well, you remember that George had a chance yesterday for a 300. He had the front 10.
Yeah, I don't know where he is in overall, but George, at least when he's passed by our view, has looked like he's been bowling really well this tournament.
He has been, from what I've seen.
We're a little bit biased for George. George is a work colleague of ours. He is a regional manager that works with our USBC associations around the country, in the Midwest region. So congratulations to George. That's fun stuff. So here's Leanne Holsenberg's first frame.
As for the Team USA men, got John Janowitz 253, Patrick Allen 236 and Steve Smith 200. So they are 89 over after game one. And the other Team USA pairing sitting at plus 46. Sorry, the other Team USA trios, O'Neill, Kent, and Jones plus 46 after game one. Of course, we know that the Canadians shot 716 and 681, so a couple of big scores here in this opening game on the men's side.
Looks like on the men's side, we're going to have Team USA and the Dominican Republic on one of our featured pairs. We're going to have both Team USA squads on the men's side this game, Lucas?
Yes, we will. They are on 33 and 34, which is camera 5, and 35 and 36, which is camera 6.
So those of you that are Team USA fans better enjoy it now, because I don't know that they'll be rotating back in for a while.
No, we will not see them the rest of the block, I don't believe. Although we may be able to catch, I'm not sure how many pairs they're skipping. Might get one of the trio teams for the next game.
So if you're a Team USA fan, get on Twitter and Facebook and let everybody know that now is the time to watch the team live.
Yeah, this is going to be the only game we'll see the Team USA men. They'll be making the turn down to the low end after this game and bowling the rest of the way down on the other end of the bowling center from us. One of the disadvantages of being in a 72-lane bowling center.
We got all the men and all the women. This one game. Janowitz.
The Argentinian women with a big first game. They are at plus 86. A little bit of a surprise. They had a 236 and a 256, along with a 194. That's a great start for Argentina. Have to keep an eye on them, see if they can keep it up. Aruba at plus 26 after the first game. The Canadian women with a big opening game. Plus 95 for Wong, Park, and that Canadian trio. The other Canadian trio sitting at plus 56.
Park with a good-looking shot there as we have the Canadian women, our featured pairs.
Of course, the USA plus 96 for Ernest Asbady and Hulsenberg. Plus 17 for the other Team USA trio. Colombia with a big game. Maria Rodriguez, Rosia Restrepo, and Clara Guerrero. They were at plus 131. 267, 232, 232.
Steve Smith is the messenger.
That's a big game for Colombia. 731 to start things off. So walking through the women's side, it looks like it's Colombia in first at plus 131, the USA in second at plus 96. Going to be a little harder for me to get updates on the men's side just because my microphone's going to go out, but I will keep walking down there, and when I get back towards within range, I'll give you an update on anybody who had a big game. Looks like Venezuelan men, Emleto Monticelli 279, Eddie Fuentes 230, and Richard Leon with 247. So that would be 756 if my math is right. Yeah, plus 156 for the Venezuelan men. Some big scores down here on the guys' side, Jason. And by the way, we saw Lambert shoot the final shot in the 300 game. Just think about that for a second, how hard that is to do. He's got the long pattern on the left lane, the short pattern on the right lane. So he's got to use a different ball and play a different part of the lane on each lane. And he still shot 300. It's pretty impressive stuff.
It really is. It's hard to appreciate just how difficult it is, the way that, you know, we take you back and forth the different pairs here.
And actually one pair of the men's field still finishing, so can't quite get an update yet on that. They may have had a breakdown or something, but we'll give you an update as soon as we can on the rest of the field.
Lucas, the next time you pass by the platform, if you might want to adjust the camera where Marshall, Bill, and Tommy are, just to go a little bit wider and see a little bit more to the left.
Okay, I'm here right now. Get that done for you.
Bill, who gets the 710. Right next to him, Patrick Allen now up.
We're looking a little better, Jason?
Yeah, we can't see who's coming up on 33s as well, so maybe a little bit wider, just that way I'll know to be able to switch over.
Should be good now.
Great, thank you.
Except for the fact that Matt Lawson's in the way.
That's okay. If you're just joining us, this is game 2 of the trios competition. We have all 4 Team USA trio teams on our feature pair. It's the only time that'll happen today, so be sure to let everybody know on social media. Tell your friends.
Great compliment.
Leanne Holsenberg, strike. Having some problems with the pin setter on the lane where Tommy, Bill, and Marshall are. Stephanie Nation. Strike.
Jason, I'm not sure if you can hear me.
I can.
I've got Puerto Rico with a plus 106 the first game. Puerto Rico plus 106. Did you get that?
Yes.
I'm all the way down by lane 5, so I'm surprised this is actually working. The other Puerto Rican team at plus 53. Looks like there were just a couple of teams on the men's side that shot big games, but other than that, I don't see a whole lot out here. A lot of real small pluses after the first game.
We're roughly in frame 5 here of game 2.
Yeah, that's on the women's side. Down here on the guys' side, they're rolling much slower, only in the second and third frame. So already falling a little bit behind the women. But
we haven't been keeping an eye on scores that much, but the trio that you're seeing right here on the women's side of Nation, Pluhowski, and Johnson are off to a big start. Nation strikes, that is front 5 for Stephanie. Shannon has the front 4. Liz had the spared double and then a split. So Stephanie and Shannon, a couple of strings, and they're looking to put up something big potentially here.
They need it because they bowled okay the first game, but not outstanding. So they got a little bit of ground to make up, especially since the Colombian women shot 730 the first game.
Yeah, they were only plus 17 after game 1.
Yeah, so
the Nation.
I don't know if you had
Johnson,
that
Pluhowski
down here, but one of the Dominican players almost went over the foul line. The ball stuck on his thumb. He's bowling with the U.S. team.
No, I didn't have that.
The ball was above his head and still in his hand.
Oh boy!
And that was interesting.
Did he let it go, or did he just keep going?
No, he was able to stop, but he went to throw it, and the ball just completely did not come off his hand. He kind of smiled about it, but he's lucky it didn't come off his hand because it could have gone straight up in the air and donked him out on the head.
Patrick Allen like PA has been a little bit off this tournament. I don't know if it's hard to tell when there aren't very many players on the left side. Sometimes you end up with a slightly different breakdown. It may not be that he's off. It may be just that the conditions are evolving a little bit differently. But
well, he's doing all right today. He shot 236 the first game, and he's at strike, spare, and now a single pin.
That's good.
In third.
Great to see him get into the kind of groove that we expect to see from him. He's normally, as everyone knows who follows the sport, he's one that typically lights it up in these kind of competitions.
As for the scores this game for the rest of the Team USA players, Marshall Kent has the front three, and the rest of them just kind of making some spares. Tommy Jones has a spare and a double to start the game, but none of the other players have a double yet here through 3 frames. Stephanie and Shannon still striking down there, Jason?
Yeah, both have front 5. With a strike in the 5th. And the Ernest, Asbeatty, Holzenberg trio are not doing as well. Ernest is clean through 5 with no doubles. Asbeatty, no doubles and an open. Holzenberg, no doubles and 2 opens. They are looking for a momentum shift. Shot from Isabel there for Canada. Steve Smith with a strike as well. Too many tall guys standing up in that pair with Smith and Janowitz. It's hard to see what's going on.
Yeah, we've got the camera boosted up about as high as it can go. I can try to move it so it's not quite behind the pair if you want, if you think that would be better. Off to the side, a little bit to the left. That's the only option I've got.
It's tough. That's a hard thing about trios and teams is that you end up, from a Bowl TV perspective, oftentimes have everyone standing behind looking to get reads off each other's lines, and sometimes obstructs our view.
Well, I boosted it up a little bit. See if that helps.
Stephanie's strike, which was number 6. And I know that Shannon bowls quickly, so I'm going to keep the camera here and see if she can match. So that streak ends for Puhalski. Strike over to O'Neill. Bit high. Patrick Allen.
And was not a very good shot. He yanked it right down the middle. Looking at another 6-pin conversion. No doubles this game for PA.
Now, Puhalski, a very uncharacteristic missed spare. See what Liz can do. Wow, Great shot, no reward. Josie Ernest had also thrown a really nice shot and did not get the reward. She had a slam 7. Covers up the single pin there. O'Neal spares. As does Allen. Lucas, I just got scores up here.
Okay. You want to read them off?
A little hard for me to do and still keep on switching, so you might want to come and grab a copy.
Come on, Jason. You can multitask, right?
I can multitask and then we'll miss a lot.
It's not that exciting right now anyways, is it? We only have a front 6. I guess that's pretty good. Marshall Kent is up right now with the front 3 on lane 34.
Come back to that as soon as we see what Canada does. Strike for Isabel and back over to Marshall. Four for Marshall. And quickly to Nation, who has front 6. Oh, ring 10. Having some bad luck with the carry the last few shots here for Team USA Women. And working on a strike here, 6 frame. See if she can get on a roll. Well, it's beginning to be a repetitive pattern. Problem for Jennifer Park.
Well, the scores are pretty much what we thought they were going to be. Colombia leading on the women's side at 731. The U.S. second, 696, and Canada third at 695. Looks like Argentina is fourth at 686. The other Canadian trio at 656. Aruba 626 and the USA 617. It's on the women's side, and on the men's side, Venezuela in the lead. They shot 756. Canada at 719. Puerto Rico 704. The USA 689. The other Canadian team 681. They don't have countries on here, so I'm pretty sure that it's El Salvador in 6th at 656. Puerto Rico at 653, the USA 646, Colombia 637. So that's the update after game 1 of the trios event for both the men and the women.
John Janowitz. Finally, a carry. Well, we've topped the 700 viewer mark. Appreciate everybody who's with us on Bowl TV. I'm Jason Overstreet along with Lucas Wiseman live at the PABCON Championships from Sunset Station in Las Vegas. You're watching the trios competition, and we have all of Team USA's players on our featured pair this game, so please share on social media, let everybody know, Facebook, Twitter, just copy that link, youtube.com/BullTV. We can keep on building up our viewership and have more people watching the PABCON Championships. Coverage on Bull TV will continue through Saturday. We've got team competition Thursday, Friday, and the Masters match play on Saturday. Bowl TV is brought to you by the United States Bowling Congress and its nearly 2 million members. as your fall league start, please insist that your competition is USBC certified and help allow for programs like Bowl TV to continue. Also, as long as you're watching on our Bowl TV channel, if you have a moment or there's a break in the action, click on that tab at the top. It says mybowlingvacation.com, travel site that offers discounts to many bowling tournament destinations, especially great deals on hotel rooms in Reno, also here in Las Vegas. Car rentals and airfare can also be found at mybowlingvacation.com, the tab at the top of the page. Always remember, before you book, give a look at mybowlingvacation.com. Hulseberg. Nation back on track in the 8th. Josie Ernest. She leaves the bucket. She was bowling at the same time as Steve Smith, who just struck on the men's side. John Janowitz quickly up.
It's 3 in a row for Janowitz.
There's a question a while back in the chat about where you could get a Team USA jersey. I don't know that the exact style that they're wearing today is available yet, but if you check out High Five Gear, their website, bowling jerseys. High Five Gear has Team USA jerseys available, officially licensed. Several different styles that the teams wear in various competitions, but you can check out what's there. Show your support for the red, white, and blue. You can also go to USBCSportsStore.com, tab at the top of the Bowl TV channel, or various USBC and USA support merchandise and apparel is available.
Patrick Allen's up, trying to find a strike out there. He still can't. Oh, wait a minute. It went. He's had a lot of spares this game. And
yeah, he was kind of blocked our view, so we couldn't see that. I guess something went late. 4-pin that went late.
4-7 went late. Something came over and knocked it around, but it wasn't a very good shot. PA immediately sits down at the table, trying to collect his thoughts and come up with a game plan. Is that thunder that I just heard, Jason? If you can hear that in your headset or not. Got some wild weather here in Vegas today.
Following us, Lucas, when we were in Indianapolis earlier summer, had
oh yeah, that was a bad one.
Storms. Must have been something you did.
Yeah, there actually is some pretty heavy storms heading this way, and in fact, there's a flash flood warning for Henderson right now, which is where we're at.
Well, hope everybody stays safe.
It's a bad day to be at the pool.
Well, at least that wasn't on anyone's agenda in here for quite a few hours.
Oh, this afternoon they might. We've begun pretty early today. Imagine the pool might be pretty hopping if the weather's good this afternoon. Because the bowling should be over by 2. Medal ceremony's done by probably 2:45. And then have the rest of the day off.
All the Lucas Wiseman groupies now know where to come to. Block to find Lucas by the cabana.
It's just nice to get outside and get some fresh air after being in a bowling center all week, you know? Not a whole lot of excitement going on down here on the men's side. Marshall Kent's up. He had the front 4, left a split in the 5th. These guys are just kind of cruising along, not really doing much that's special. I think Janowitz is the only one with a string of strikes right now, and he's got 3 in a row. Other than that,
Stephanie
there's
has
nothing.
been bowling really well here on the women's side. Strikes again. She has just one blemish. That was the 9th frame strike you just saw, but she rang a 10-pin in the 7th, and otherwise she has not missed.
So she's going at 279?
Correct.
Wow, that'd be nice. How is the rest of that threesome doing?
Shannon Plahowski was doing well. She still has a high score potential just with one missed makeable, but she had the front 5 otherwise clean. Liz has not put together any strings, and pacing a little bit below 200 right now. But,
so it sounds like 700 could be a possibility. Maybe.
could be. Yeah, it's definitely within reach. Plahowski strikes in the 9th, so that sets her up well.
What's her max score?
Her max score would be 246.
Okay, so it sounds like there's still have room to get a little 700. Anytime you can get a 700 in this trios event, it's a great game. I think we only saw a couple of 700s in game 1 between the men and women field, so shows the importance of getting to that milestone each game.
Check in with JJ, John Janowitz.
Yeah, he's the only one stringing any strikes down here on 33 through 36 for the USA, and he's got 3 in a row. It's the 7th frame down here on the guy's side, and that was a good-looking shot right there.
While John was rolling, Deandra struck. Liz up right next door, and she buries one. So all strikes for the Johnson-Plahowski Nation trio in the 9th frame to set things up nicely. Alicia Wong a bit high for Canada on that shot. She had a spare working on that ball. Leanne Holsenberg about to head to the approach. Working on a double. Flip over to see Caroline LeGrange get a bad break on the carry. Ernest has a 212 max. Asbeatty 199 max. I believe 214 is the max for Holstenberg. Spare for Tom Jones. Question where Chris Barnes and Kelly Kulik are. They are going to be competing in the World Singles Championships in Cyprus later this year. so players that are competing in World Singles are not here at the PABCON Championships. Just so we can have more players in the Team USA roster get a chance to compete in events this year. Bill O'Neill up.
I want to thank the folks who are tweeting about the event and letting people know to tune in on Bowl TV. Much appreciated. So I got tagged in a couple of tweets, and a lot of folks still using that PABCON hashtag, so be sure to use that. Pound PABCON when you tweet about the event. I'm checking those that feed as I sit here right now. In fact, I just tweeted that congrats to George Lambert on shooting the 300 game in trios. So
Stephanie Nation's 10th frame. First shot leaves a 10 pin.
So head over to Twitter and let everybody know you're watching live bowling here on Bowl TV.
258 now, the max for Nation. Second shot in the 10th for Josie. Ouch. The 192 if she runs that down. Getting cheated on that shot. Over to Marshall Kent.
Marshall working on a spare. We're in the 7th frame on the men's side. Looks good.
Smith runs down a 10 pin. Tommy Jones on the approach now. TJ gets all 10. Stephanie Nation struck on the fill, so 258 for Nation to start things off for that trio.
It's a good recovery for her because I don't think she bowled a great game the first time, right? She bowled 188 in game 1, I believe. Should say off to the right of her score, yes, there, Jason.
188.
Yeah. So that's a nice rebound for Stephanie. John Janowitz is about to be up in the 8th frame. He's working on a 4-bagger, the only Team USA player with more than a double going right now on the men's side.
Strike for JJ. First shot in the 10th for Shannon Plahowski. She's throwing that urethane ball. She gets it in the right place. Deandra chops the spare in the 10th. Kind of a disastrous game for her, 167. Quickly over to Bill O'Neill, who strikes.
That's 3 in a row for Billy. That strike was in the 8th frame.
Second shot and a 10th for Shannon. Boom. Nice looking ball. So here's Holsenberg trying to salvage something for this trio. She's working on a 3-bagger. Nice shot. Patrick Allen.
He's actually got a double now. He managed to put one together for the first time this game. It's the 8th frame. Patrick, if he were to strike out, could still shoot 246 this game. That looks pretty good right there.
Yeah, he liked that one.
Yeah, it was a good shot off his hand. You could tell immediately that it was going to be in the pocket. Just a matter of whether the 7 was going to carry, and had no problem.
Marshall with a good shot.
It's a double for him. His max with a couple of frames to go is 255. If Team USA can find a way to string some strikes here at the end of this game, both of the trios teams could put together a pretty big game.
Luhowski strikes out for 246, so
sounds like a big game for them down there.
Yep, looking at 700.
Steve Smith just missed the head pin right, left a super washout. Came on a spare, so he lost a lot of pins in count there. Tommy Jones, yeah, he's working on a strike, just turned it into a double, so now all 3 players on that trio have at least a double working going into the 9th frame.
As we're getting into a groove. Pretty big shot for Liz here, first shot in the 10th. Oh, does not carry the 7. And that's going to actually, if my math is right, leave them just short of their 700. Liz max score is 184 now. So still a good game. The other Team USA squad shoots 568.
Wow, that's not good. Considering they started with 696.
201, 167, 200.
They were in second place going into this game, and that's going to drop them for sure.
Liz shoots 182, which makes the Johnson-Pluhowski nation total 686.
It's a good game for them. That puts them, you said 686, Jason?
Yes.
So that puts them at about 103 over after 2. That's not a bad start. John Janowitz up now in the 9th frame, trying to extend the string of strikes that he's got going. Comes up light and leaves a 2-pin. It looks like he might have missed it at the bottom. Thanks to Tyler Parent for sending the tweet about watching the live streaming of PABCON on Bold TV. He's cheering for the Canadians. Probably very excited about George Lambert's 300 game.
Well, the Canadians have been bowling really well. Got to see them, our featured pair this last rotation.
I don't think we're going to see Canada men again. They have moved on to the low end. So both U.S. teams are done down there, Jason?
They are.
So you guys are heading into Game 3 on the women's side, and we are still in the 9th frame of Game 2 on the men's side. Patrick Allen is about to be up, as is Marshall Kent. I think PA will probably go first, although PA likes to take his time.
He's got a new approach. Have you noticed this, Lucas?
Yeah, he does. He's doing some weird stuff out there.
Well, he
looks like an airplane out there.
People that watch Patrick a lot will notice this. Watch, he does not take time to get settled like he used to, not nearly as long on the approach. At least that's what he was doing before. But although now he's a little bit more like we used to see. When I was watching him bowl in singles and doubles, he was literally almost picking the ball up and starting his approach all in one motion.
It's a good shot, 4 in a row. And that may be why he didn't bowl so good. Who knows? Maybe he got out of his routine.
I'd be interested in it.
Well, he's got 4 in a row now going into the 10th. Marshall Kent working on a double, 9th frame. He likes this long pattern. And oh, that was a wicked little 10-pin there. The 6-pin kind of got up around the bottom half of the 10, but didn't have enough momentum on it to get the 10 to kick out. So he'll be shooting a spare here in the 9th frame. Steve Smith is up in the 9th. He had an open in the 8th. He missed that super washout. He is 160 in the 8th frame. Loves that long pattern, gets the strike. And his max 220 this game, but that USA trio can still put together a pretty big game here. If Janowitz strikes out, he can shoot 248. Patrick Allen can shoot 246, and Steve Smith can shoot 220. So they can get over that 700 barrier if they all double in the 10th.
We haven't talked about the pairings choice today much, Lucas, but kind of intriguing that Rod Ross, head coach of Team USA, elected to put Marshall Kent, a 19-year-old youngster, with Tommy Jones and Bill O'Neill, two of the veterans PBA Tour.
Oh, Marshall bowled great yesterday, and as did Bill. And Steve Smith also really bowled well yesterday, and I guess they're bowling on both patterns today, and I guess Rod probably looked at it and figured out who was good on which pattern and tried to put the threesomes together that he thought would have the best chance to medal. And this is what he came up with. JJ with a strike, first shot in the 10th.
It's a wonderful abundance of riches. And it's always kind of fun. It's always while we work with Rod Ross, Kim Terrell-Kearney, the coaches for Team USA, Lucas and I are not always privy to their decision making, so we can kind of have fun along with those of you that are watching it, speculating and discussing who might get paired up with who and
Well, the
how they're
hard
making those choices.
the hard choices come in a team event where you got to pick somebody to sit out. You know, you only have 5 players who can compete, and I know they don't like making those decisions. I think that if I had to guess, and I haven't talked to them about this, but I think that might be an easy decision on the long pattern because both the left-handers didn't bowl very well yesterday, Patrick Allen and Shannon Blahowski, so it wouldn't surprise me if both of them were out on the long. But I have no idea who will sit on the short. But that's just my speculation. I don't have any inside information, just an observation.
Yeah, that's got to be those are really tough decisions. I mean, how could you sit, Shannon Blahowski, who blew away every record in the book at the World Championships, and Patrick Allen, who has, got numerous gold medals to the world level in his title, and is obviously a superstar on the Pro Tour. It is really tough, and that's a challenging thing the coaching staff has because, all of these players are so good that they all want to be out there and believe that they should be out there and are all good enough to be out there. So it's tough, but that's also a big part of what being on Team USA is all about, is being willing to put your ego aside and realize that sometimes it might be for a matchup purpose that that some coach is going to decide to have you sit part of one of the competitions out, and that's just the way it goes. I seem to remember, Lucas, at the PABCON combined PABCON we went to in Puerto Rico a few years ago, that PA might have sat out for one of the patterns on the team event, and he was gracious, good teammate, came through and got after it on the other half. So
yeah, I don't remember. That was a couple of years ago. They are starting to finish up here. By the way, they're taking a long time to bowl here on the guys' side. You're looking at an hour a game, and that's very slow for trios. And I'm not sure why they're going so slow, but it's not going quick down here. They're just finishing up game 2. John Janowitz, 248. Bill O'Neill can strike on the fill for 228.
We're getting started up here on the women's side, where we have Colombia. Maria Rodriguez, Rocio Restrepo, and Clara Guerrero. So a really top-level group here, and they're about plus 160 or so.
That means they probably went about 30 over the second game, because they were 130 over going into game 2. Patrick Allen is going to be up in a minute. He's taking his time. Looks like he's waiting for the rack to reset, and we've got a 180 on 34 they're having to fix. Looks like Marshall Kent's having to wait for a full rack. Looks like PA is having the same problem.
Got Dominican Republic also here on the women's side with us. This rotation, I know that somebody had asked about Ami Guerra, so we'll be able to see Ami and Paula.
I don't know if you've got the camera on PA right now, Jason.
Just switched it over.
He's doing his, I don't know, he looks like he's doing an airplane impression. I don't know what, I'm going to ask him what that is later. But it's obviously part of his pre-shot routine now, and I'm not sure why he does it. But
did he do that? Does that on all of them?
He's been doing that a lot. He's working on 4 in a row. His max is 246 if he can strike out, and could give this trio a big game here. That was a great shot. Shredded the rack. We'll have to keep an eye on it, see if you can watch his pre-shot routine for this next shot.
All right, we'll watch Clara throw it.
Flip over to PA.
I got it.
Yeah, okay. See him? I don't know what that is, but it's obviously some sort of balance thing, I think.
Huh.
I'm not sure. I'm gonna have to ask Rod what the deal is with that, if I can, between games. But the Janowitz, Allen, and Smith can still get over 700 this game. And I believe that O'Neill, Kent, and Jones can as well. PA is up right now on the short pattern. Of course, playing pretty far left on this short pattern. Working on 5 in a row. Wow, he's really turned it around after struggling a bit at the start of this game. That's going to put him in the 240. So 248 for Janowitz, 246 for PA, and Marshall Kent just struck first shot in the 10th, and he can get into 230s this game. I think Rod might be intrigued by the PA's pre-shot routine as well, because I saw him just take a picture of it. PA finishes it up with a strike. I asked Rod, and he said that PA is stretching his right side when he does that to try to loosen up for the shot.
Hey, whatever works. Keep on stretching.
Yeah, got him 246. I think that these guys can shoot 724 if Steve Smith strikes out. Here's Marshall's second shot in the 10th, and he strikes, so that puts him in the 230s. Steve Smith quickly up. Pretty good. Oh, the messenger slaps down to 10. How about that?
Gotta tell Steve to take some more time on the approach. I can never get the camera over fast enough.
He was quick on that one.
I was getting ready to go and show Ami's first shot.
Uh-oh. I wonder if this is a weather alert.
So there's some kind of alarm going off here.
So there are alarms going off here at sunset, and I almost wonder if the building got struck by lightning or something. May have set off the alarm.
Everybody has stopped bowling as there are kind of lights flashing. And
I'm checking the weather right now, see if we've got any sort of alerts. Steve Smith's not messing around. He's going to bowl, and he just went Brooklyn for the strike. He says, I'm bowling no matter what.
I can't understand what the announcement is that they're saying, Lucas, through my headset. Can you?
I believe it's just saying there's... Hang on, let me listen. Yeah, I can't understand it either. I think that it's saying that they're trying to identify the situation or something. It could be as simple as someone pulled the fire alarm. Marshall Kent just struck on the fill, 234. This is not the first time this has happened in this building, by the way. We have had this happen in the past during bowling tournaments. Steve Smith fills it up for 220. They shoot 714. A great game for Janowitz, Allen, and Smith. 248, 246, 220, 714. Bill O'Neill, 228. Marshall Kent, 234. Tommy Jones can strike out for 249. And by the way, the announcements have stopped, but the flashing lights from the fire alarms have not. And those things are everywhere. I mean, it's like a discotheque in here. I mean, there's strobe lights everywhere, but it's not going to stop Tommy Jones from getting up on the approach and going here in the 10th. Tommy's seen it all. Nothing bothers him. Big shot, though. Plows all 10 back.
Yeah, so talk about a distraction. Here, I'll show you. So look at these little lights all over the place.
Just don't look directly at them.
They're flashing, so it's like some of the bowlers are still going. You can probably see it pretty well here through this camera shot that it's something different. But it's up to the player's discretion whether or not they want to hold up or keep going. And Tommy says, nothing compared to the distractions you face on the tour. Just ask Pete Weber.
Another good shot, ring 10. So they will be at 700 if he makes the spare. So both USA pairings at 700 or better here for game number 2. Like I said, it's not the first time that we've had these fire alarms going off here at Sunset Station while we've been here for an event. It has happened in the past. But I just don't think it's any coincidence with the weather that's outside that this could be happening. Sometimes I wonder, Jason, how safe we are in these situations wearing headsets and holding microphones and, you know, probably never good to be attached to, have an electrical device attached to your head during a severe storm.
Well, that may be so, but
the things we do for bowling, the sacrifices we make.
As some of you may or may not know, I used to work in the television industry and stood out in front of hurricanes and let them hit me. So I'm considering the stupid things I've done earlier in my career, I feel quite comfortable with whatever happens here in this well-constructed luxury resort and casino.
Well, it doesn't look like there's any severe weather here. It's mostly just rain and flash flood warnings, which, unless the whole property is going to flood, I can't see that being a reason for an alarm going off.
No, I'm sure it's some kind of something minor. If it was anything of any significance, the staff here would let us know. I would venture to guess it's just
some kid probably pulled a fire alarm somewhere, or it's a malfunctioning fire alarm somewhere.
Oftentimes with a fire alarm, a facility of this size, it requires sign-off and consultation of the fire department to turn it off, and
well,
that
it just ended.
Just what happened.
Yep.
So
it's over now. Now let's just hope it doesn't come back.
So let's reset who we have on our women's featured pairs this time. Mentioned the top team for Colombia in front of us with Maria Rodriguez, Rocio Restrepo, and Clara Guerrero. They are sharing the pair with Aruba. Right next to them, a blend of Panama and the Dominican Republic. And we'll get to watch Team Canada again. Caroline Samantha Isabel, Team Canada. We're all on a first name basis with our Canadian friends. And they are sharing their pair with Argentina. Over on the men's side, Guatemala and Puerto Rico. We're on one pair, and we will tune back in to see who comes into the other pair. This is the start of game number 3 of the trios competition. And we're glad to have it with you. We hope you enjoyed seeing Team USA that last game. As you know from watching if you've been watching our Bowl TV coverage over the months and years, we have mostly fixed camera positions for these events. So as the various teams rotate through, that's who we put on the featured pair. Happen to have both Team USA's men's and women's squads in the last rotation. Don't believe we will see them again today. So now we will focus our attention to our many friends from around the world.
Yeah, Team USA has moved on out of our camera range. We were lucky to get them here this morning, but we will not see them again.
Before you walk away too far, Lucas, could I trouble you to sit in and switch for a moment so I could take a brief pause myself?
So again, you're watching our live coverage here of the PABCON Championships from Sunset Station's Strike Zone Bowling Center in Henderson, Nevada. We are in the third game of 6 in the trios event. We've got Canada and Argentina on this pair. Aruba and Colombia right here. Thomas with a strike. Also got to look down on the men's side. Puerto Rico and Guatemala. As soon as we get the updated standings, we'll let you know. Should be a few more minutes while we wait for them to get caught up with everything. Have those alarms going off here. I guess we're lucky that we didn't lose power or anything. That could have been bad. Of course, the Wiseman jinx may just strike us. Now that I've said that, I take it back. Almigata from the Dominican. She's struggling a bit today, minus 45 for the first 2 games. So Almi 155, 200 on the day. It's a good shot though, front 3 for Almi. Isabel, Canada. It's a strike in the 5th. She started with 3 in a row, had a spare, and then followed up with a strike right there. I want to remind everybody to follow USBC on Twitter, twitter.com/USBC. You can follow me as well, twitter.com/Lucas_Wiseman. At Lucas_Wiseman. They send me a tweet. I'm sitting here reading them right now, so I'll take a look at them. Give you a shout out. You can also follow USBC on Facebook, facebook.com/USBC1. I'm on Facebook as well, facebook.com/LucasUSBC. Click over, take a look at Bola Vilas of the Dominican Republic. Colombians off to another good start here this game. They are clean through 4 frames. Clara has gone spare, strike, strike, strike. Maria clean, but no doubles. And Rocio started with 3 in a row and then made a spare in the 4th. Take a look at Maria Jose Rodriguez working on a spare 5th frame, trying to keep striking on the left lane. And the 4-pin doesn't go, stays up. She'll be shooting another spare here in just a moment. Head down and take a look at Guatemala. Puerto Rico as well. Looks like Andro down there. Rocio a little high as well, so both of the Colombians here in the 5th frame both leave a 4-pin, Rodriguez and Restrepo. See if Clara can end that string. Looks like Liz Johnson off to our far right has the front 5 this game for Team USA, and so that's good news. Looks like Azeret Zetter also has the front 5 from Mexico. Down to the men. No problem on the 4-pin for Rocio. Someone asked for Puerto Rico. Ask and you shall receive. Puerto Rican men are within range of our camera down there. Azaret's sister in the chat, she has 5 strikes in a row to start this game. I believe. That's what it looks like, but she's pretty far away, so it's hard to tell. Clara with a strike. Clara nails down her 4th consecutive strike. Over to the Canadians now. You can see they're having a little discussion. Samantha, Isabel, and Caroline. Still waiting on the updated standings to come in. Maria Rodriguez strikes in the 6th. Caroline Lagrange playing very far right on the short pattern. Leaves a 9-pin. Ball just hooked right past it. Let's take a look at the guys now. Andrew getting ready to go for Puerto Rico. Oh, that one got away from him a little bit. While we were down on the guy's side, Rocio threw a strike for Colombia. Looks like Clara is stepping up. Clara working on 4 in a row. This is the 6th frame of game 3. Clara strikes again. Looks like the Virgin Islands and Curacao down there. One of our men's pairs. Liz Johnson, front 6 so far this game. Rocio. Columbia bowling very well here again this game. Ring 10 on that one. Columbia certainly among the leaders on the women's side. And yes, Clara Guerrero is a Wichita State grad. Someone confused in the chat as to why Puerto Rico is able to compete. It's the same reason Puerto Rico competes in the Olympics. They are a U.S. territory, but still a country. There's Ida Sanchez, Dominican Republic. Leaves the 10 pin. Clara Guerrero trying to keep her string of strikes going. That one's a little bit right. Still gets the strike. 6 in a row. And yes, all 6 games are today, Art. Just 6 games straight across, no break for the trios event today. Isabel from Canada up in the 8th frame, working on a strike. Looking to turn it into a double and leaves the 4 pin. Down to the guys now. Off to the left side of your screen there, something from Puerto Rico is sneaking into the picture. It's a good shot. Maria Jose Rodriguez, Colombia, 8th frame, working on a double. Wow, look at that. Could have been way worse. So she breaks it up for the strike. I think Maria almost left a split there, 7-10. Back on down to Puerto Rico on the men's side. It's a good shot. Oh, wow. Stone cold 8 pin. Brutal. Here's Almi. This is week 10. Not been Almi's best tournament here this week. She had the front 5 before that shot, but she has been struggling a little bit here this week. Rocio strikes in the 8th. I'm telling you, Colombia could put up a pretty big score this game. Clara can shoot 290. Maria Jose Rodriguez can shoot 249, and Rocio can shoot 248. Long ways to go to get there, though. Liz Johnson, by the way, had the front 6, got a spare. Those look like Azurette Zetter has 8 strikes in a row to start this game. Off to the right of our setup here. Not quite in view of our lanes, but hopefully we can get at least a glance at it if she keeps going. Clara with another one. Strikes in the 8th. Colombians on a roll here in game 3. try to give you a look at Azurette Zetter when she steps up here in just a moment. Watching live coverage of the PABCON Adult Championships here from Sunset Station Strike Zone Bowling Center. We're on Bowl TV. I'm Lucas Wiseman of USBC. Jason will be back in just a couple of minutes. We're in the third game of the trios event. Maria Rodriguez trying to get a fourth consecutive strike, leaves the 4-7. Give you a look at Azurette Zetter of Mexico. Looks like she's got 8 strikes in a row to start this game. Not sure, but I think she may have just shot a spare there. Or maybe that wasn't Azurette. Let's see. Let's take a look, a little bit closer look at the scoreboard again here. Nope, it did strike. So she does have the front 9. So I'm going to walk down there behind that and let Jason take back over control here in case she does finish it off.
So as Lucas goes to see if perhaps we could have some more excitement. Keep you updated on that. Clara strikes again. She's had a nice string going, has been bowling well this game. Josie Ernest for Team USA just struck off camera. At least 5 in a row for her.
Josie's max score would be 251. So Azurette Zetter with the front 9. She'll be up in just a moment after Sofia Granda goes from Guatemala.
Give me a heads up when she's on the approach, Lucas.
Here she goes. She's got the front 9, and she is up on the approach. This is the left lane she's finishing on, which is the long pattern. Should be good for her. Let's see if she gets another one. This one looks like it's in a little bit, but it goes high, flush for the strike. So 10 in a row.
So we have our Bull TV highlight guru, Matt Lawson, there taking some video. So I know there are a lot of you out there that are fans of Team Mexico. Matt will be able to get a little highlight up there later on Bull TV if Azaret's able to finish it out.
Well, she's in her pre-shot routine right now, stepping up onto the approach. Let's see if she can throw another one here. Looks good. Wow, got another one. A couple of great shots here in the 10th. And we are one shot away from another 300 today. George Lambert had one earlier. Taking her time. Trying to stay in that pre-shot routine. Stay loose. Azaret Zetter of Mexico going for a perfect 300 game. Here's the final shot. It's in a little bit. She got it. 300, Azaret Zetter. Perfecto. Todo perfecto for Azaret Zetter. And what a game. The whole Mexican team is down here to congratulate her. It's a great accomplishment.
That was fun to watch. Congratulations to
very nice.
Azaret, and as you see, Matt Lawson down there, he'll have good video of that will be available later on Bull TV.
They say it's her first 300 in a PABCON competition, but I think she's had 5 or 6 in the past. She's had 6 300 games in her career, so it's a very nice, nice time to get one here at the PABCON Championships.
Absolutely. So congratulations to Azaret and Team Mexico. Chat's blowing up in Espanol, Lucas. Everybody's excitedly wishing their best to Azaret. It's good to see all of our viewers around the world being able to enjoy the coverage, and I know Lucas and I really appreciate the support from everyone both inside the United States and beyond. So glad we can share that with you. So here's Clara up in the 10th. She had a real nice string going. .279, I think. She runs that one down. Be a big game for Columbia. They're 700 plus. Allowed the excitement of the 300 to distract me from really a big score that this trio, really the top group for Columbia. 227 for Maria Rodriguez. 217, Rocio Restrepo, 279 for Clara Guerrero for a whopping 723 total for the Colombians.
They're definitely not messing around here today, are they? They're putting together some decent totals. That should put them about, off the top of my head, 250 over, something like that? 270 over? Might be even more than that. Might be 300 over. Yeah, 296 it looks like. So that's almost 300, almost 700 each game on average for Columbia on the women's side. They have to be leading. I can't imagine anybody else is almost 300 over on the women's side.
Those of you looking for full results, you can find them on bowl.com. It does take a little bit of a delay to be able to calculate and verify all of the scores, so we ask that you please be patient, continuing to post about it in the chat. It's not going to make it happen any faster.
I'm down here on the men's side, one of our featured pairs, which Jason is camera 6, I believe, Puerto Rico and Guatemala. Puerto Rico is getting ready to enter the 10th frame, putting together a pretty good game here. They come into this game sitting at 104 over after 2. Andro can shoot 210. They can get 269 in the number 2 spot and 228 in the 3 spot, so they can still bowl 100 over here this game and get them to more than 200 over for the event. As for the Team USA men, they made the turn all the way down to the low end. I'm going to go check and see how they're doing this game. Team USA men still have a couple of frames to go here in game 3. And it looks like they're doing pretty good down here. Some decent scores, although John Janowitz struggling, only 128 in the 8th frame. Patrick Allen's bowling well. Bill O'Neill, Tommy Jones, all bowling very well this game.
Palo, Paquito, 10 palos.
Guatemala side here on the men's pair. That is on our featured pair, bowling pretty well. 199, 233, and a potential 224. So they're having a good game along with the Puerto Ricans. Puerto Rico at 210. Bill ball coming up here. Strike for 248, and Luis Rodriguez can shoot 228. So Puerto Rico can get to plus 86 this game.
Getting started back over on the women's side. And we have Venezuela sharing the pair with Colombia. We'll get another look at the Colombian trio that is towards the top of the leaderboard here for a second game. Rodriguez, Restrepo, and Guerrero. Does not appear that the Venezuelans are necessarily making a great run. We'll have the Marcano sisters trio just to the right, but it looks like Alicia is under for the day.
Well, Jason, all the women are done with the third game and in the fourth now, so I'm going to walk the concourse here and see what I can find out.
If you're just joining us, you're watching live coverage of the PABCON Championships here at Sunset Station in suburban Las Vegas. I'm Jason Overstreet along with Lucas Wiseman. Thanks for being a part of our Bull TV coverage. This is the trios competition where we are early in game 4. If you've just joined us, you missed some exciting action earlier today. A couple of 300 games, our first 2 of the competition. George Lambert from Team Canada threw a perfect game. a enjoyable one to watch. And then Azeret Zetter of Mexico also came through with a 300. So a couple of good ones. The format here is 6 games, total pinfall. So it's a little bit of a longer format, longer squad, but it is progressing. Again, there is no match play at the end of this. It's just a straight up 6 games, and the total pinfalls determine the medals. So we have been underway here for about 3 hours, and should have about 2 more to go before we find out who it is that takes home the hardware here in the trios event.
Jason, going to start the walk here to look at scores. The Mexican team that does not have Azeret Zetter on it, they are at plus 149 after 3 games. And I'm just going to look for any team that is above 100 over or more to mention. Canada, Lagrange, Howe, and Rowe are at, take a look here, 127 over. Of course, we already know that the Colombians, Rodriguez, Restrepo, and Guerrero, are at 296 over. So I think that they are easily in the lead. Team USA, Ernest, Asbady, and Holsenberg are at plus 138. Johnson Nation and Pluhowski at plus 160. Azeret Zetter, Lily Roble, and Eliana Lomile of Mexico. They are at plus 111. So I think the Colombians, their lead is almost 150 pins with 3 games to go. So Colombia has jumped out to a pretty sizable lead after the first 3 games, averaging almost 700 a game here to start the trios event on the women's side.
Lucas, could you head back up here for a second?
Sure. So again, we're in the fourth game here of trios. Fourth of 6 games. Live at the PABCON Adult Championships in suburban Las Vegas, right outside the city of Las Vegas in Henderson, Nevada. Brazil, 9-pin. Venezuela bowling along with Colombia this game. Colombia not quite going at the same pace that they were earlier. A couple of open frames so far this game for the Colombians. Over to the guys now, Uruguay and Aruba on our men's featured pairs. Singles gold medalist Alicia Marcano up on the left lane. A couple of opens to start game 4 for her. -2 on the day. The Venezuelans struggling a little bit so far. Restrepo for Colombia looking for a double. Roseli Santos stepping up for Brazil on the right lane. She's -9 so far today. So averaging 197 for today. Back over to Clara. Clara back on track after an open in the 4th. As soon as we have updated standings, we'll bring those to you. Restrepo getting ready to step up here in the sixth for Columbia, working on a double. She's the only one stringing strikes for the Colombians. Four pin, a little high on that shot. Masarenki of Argentina up now. Aruba down on the men's side. It's like a 7-pin lead for the lefty. Rocio shooting her 4-pin. Looks like we might have our first look at the standings here, although the average column looks like it's not correct. So we'll see if we can bring you something here in just a moment. Okay, women's trios. It looks like it's after 3 games. Sorry, yep, after 3 games, I guess. Take a look at, yeah, it'd be after 2 games. So standings about a game and a half behind what we've got here. Men's side, after 2 games, the USA was leading, Venezuela second, Canada third and fourth. Look, again, the average column is not correct, so don't pay any attention to that. These are unofficial after 2 games.
Well, I'd like to thank everyone for spending time with us today on Bowl TV here at the PABCON Championships live in Las Vegas. We're at Sunset Station's Strike Zone. Strike Zone will also be home to the Team USA trials in January. So if this international competition perhaps has some of you in the United States inspired to want to try to be part of Team USA, your opportunity is close at hand. Go to bowl.com and click on tournaments for more information about details of the Team USA trials taking place in January. A lot of fun. Certainly hope to see you out here. We'll have Bowl TV coverage of that event as well. Earning a spot on Team USA not only gives you a chance to be considered for prestigious events such as this, but it also allows you access to training camp and the coaching staff and tremendous resources at the International Training and Research Center in Arlington, Texas. Once again, for more information on all that's involved in the Team USA trials, you can visit bowl.com. The same center will be host of next year's combined World Championships. And then immediately following the World Championships will be the USBC Queens. So we're really looking forward to having an extraordinary field for that event. As I'm sure that you can tell, there's a tremendous talent level here with these international players. So that will strengthen and increase the field of the USBC Queens. They're enjoying the trios competition right now from the PABCON Championships. We'll have team event starting tomorrow. It'll be Friday as well, and the Masters competition on Saturday. This is game number 4 of the trios. Game number 4 in the 6th frame here on the women's side. I believe the men are bowling a little bit slower than the women.
Jason, looks like they've got the scores updated on the scroller in-house here for the women after 3 games, and it's pretty much what we were saying. Columbia in the lead by about 140 pins or so. I'm not sure if your scroller's updated yet, Jason, but hopefully soon.
Keep an eye on it.
Otherwise, you could just take your camera and zoom in on the monitor up there. Should be coming up here in just a moment. Here it comes. Colombia first. Nation Plahowski-Johnson second. Mexico is third. United States fourth. Canada fifth. After 3 games in the women's trios. And they were working on getting the men's results after 3 games done as I was standing over there, so that shouldn't be very long before that's updated as well. Team USA men, O'Neill, Kent, and Jones sit at 227 over after 3 games. Janowitz, Allen, and Smith, they are at 215 over, so they're both pretty similar scores. Venezuela with Amleto Monticelli at plus 132. They're about 258 over after 3 games on the men's side. Try and see if there's anybody else out here that looks like they're doing well as I stroll along the men's side. Canada at 284 over. That is Michael Schmidt, Dan McClellan on that team. The other Canadian team is 238 over. Don't really see any of the men's trios teams pulling away from the field. There's a lot of teams that seem to be bunched up in that 220 to 270 range. And what that means is that if any of those teams can pop a big game, they can really establish themselves and put in medal contention here in this 4th game. Right now, Puerto Rico, they have a huge game brewing right now in game 4, but they sit a little bit behind what the other teams are at. Let's see if I can do the quick math here. They're about 159 over, but all 3 of the Puerto Rican players have at least 3 strikes in a row. And I believe that's the team with John Perez, Israel Hernandez, and Frankie Colon. I think. It looks like who it is. Yeah, I believe so. So they are bowling a massive game down here, heading into the 9th frame.
We're glad to have everyone joining us here on Bowl TV as we do our best to keep you abreast of things. The pace here at the trios portion of the competition is a little bit slower than what we saw at the singles and doubles the last couple of days. So we're nearing the end of game 4 on the women's side. Have both the men and the women bowling concurrently, as you can tell, but we should have some excitement as things wind down. Frequently do notice the energy level and the intensity grow as we move into that 6th game. So please do let everybody know about the outstanding bowling coverage we have on Bowl TV today. Go on Facebook and Twitter and share the link. do that directly from the USBC Facebook page if you want. We'll post there. Just
well, Jason, I adjusted one of our cameras down here, camera number 5. It is now set behind the Puerto Ricans, Perez, Hernandez, and Colon, and they have a huge game going. Let's see if I can go through the max scores if they all strike out. 246, 265, 279. Here's John Perez, if you've got it pulled up, Jason. The lefty from Puerto Rico just got another one. This could be a game changer for Puerto Rico. This could put them right in the hunt for a medal.
you can even pan that a little bit more to the left if you want, Lucas.
I cannot. There's a post.
Okay. I want to thank Virginia Howell Wright, Rob Riddens.
So the max score for this Puerto Rican team is 790 if they all punch out.
Just want to thank those two for sharing our status on Facebook.
John Perez up, second shot in the 10th. Oh, kind of a wicked 6-pin. That'll drop their max down to 779 if he makes the spare. So 235 is what John Perez had. And again, Hernandez can shoot 265 and Colon can shoot 279. But I don't know for sure, but I would certainly say if they shot 779, it would easily be the high game of the day. Probably by about 30 or 40 pins. Hernandez up now. 10th frame, first shot. Looks good. And the highest team that I saw after 3 games on the men's side was, I believe, 260, 270 over, something like that. And if Puerto Rico can go 180 over for one game, that would be huge.
Check our scores. I think we might have men's scores now after 3.
Yeah, it looks like it's up in Canada in the lead at 284 over. Second shot in the 10th for Hernandez coming up. Ten pin, it's going to go down for the strike. That puts him in the 260s. They are on fire right now. Coming into this game, Puerto Rico in 7th place. This Puerto Rican team in 7th place. They're looking to make a big move up the standings here. Fill ball coming up for Hernandez. Strikes again. 265. So 779 still the max score for Puerto Rico this game.
There's your women's standings.
Frankie Colon up now. First shot in the 10th. Got it. This is impressive by Puerto Rico. So Canada, Venezuela, Canada, and the USA are the top four after 3 games on the men's side. Another one for Puerto Rico. Frankie Colon strikes again. That puts him in the 270s and puts Puerto Rico in the 770s here in Game 4. Fill ball coming up. .278 as they shoot 778 in Game 4. What a game for Puerto Rico. That puts them right in the hunt for the gold.
So some impressive bowling by Puerto Rico as they will be undoubtedly catapulting up the standings. Looks like the Colombian team of Rodriguez, Restrepo, and Guerrero shoot 607. So a decent ways off from their pace coming into this game. Watching the other Colombian trio along with Venezuela finish up. Quick glance over at Brazil and Argentina. Well, if you're enjoying the coverage here on Bowl TV, let us know by clicking the like button on Facebook and here on Bowl TV YouTube channel. United States Bowling Congress is proud to be able to bring you this coverage here from the PABCON Championships. Hope that everyone is able to get a glimpse of their favorite bowlers, their favorite teams. Glad to have a worldwide audience with us. Karen Marcano with a strike. She has a max 214 score. Alicia's got a nice string going, 4 in a row. So they'll put up a decent game, but they were pretty far back, that Venezuela squad coming in. Group of De Faria and the Marcanos only plus 12 and in 11th position coming in. But Karen gets a double. See if perhaps they can make a little bit of progress. Check back in with our men, where Uruguay and Aruba are wrapping things up. Some fans in the chat wanting to see Mexico. The Mexican women were on our featured pairs to start and have rotated away. Not seen the Mexican men yet, so perhaps that's still to come. Alicia Marcano upset, as you can tell with that split that she just threw. Had the potential for a 250 score, instead with that split 221. So a 238 total. Excuse me, 638 total for Venezuela. .602 for the other Colombian team that's also on that pair. Question of whether Team USA has been on. Yes, we had Team USA come through in games 1 and 2, so They are now down at the other end of the center.
So I think, Jason, that the doubles and trios medal ceremonies will be this afternoon, and I would guess that we'll probably be done with the trios competition about 2:30 or so, about an hour and 45, hour and 50 minutes, and then the medal ceremony should follow that, if everything goes to plan.
We're just wrapping up game number 4. Show everyone scores after 3. This is totals after 3. Again, we just wrapped up game number 4, so we'll get those totals to you as soon as we have them.
And I was just about to walk through and give you updates on game 4, but I'll wait till you stop showing the scoreboard. Don't want to confuse people. So the Canadian women, they sit at plus 147 after 4 games. That's the team with Caroline Lagrange on it. The other Canadian team is at plus 70. I'm pretty sure that Columbia's more than 300 over, probably right at 300 over for 4. So that's kind of the target score at this point. Just kind of walking through, seeing if anything jumps out at me as we start game 5 on the women's side. 2 games to go here. Venezuela plus 50. That's the Marcano sisters plus Patricia de Faria. Not quite everybody's done yet on the women's side. Still got one more pair to finish. Mexico, Zetter, Robele, Lomili, they are at plus 127. On the U.S. side, Stephanie Nation shot 289 last game. And they have now made a jump. And they sit at plus 280, I believe. It's Nation, Johnson, and Pluhowski, plus 280. And still waiting for scoreboards to flip here so that we can see the standings from some of the other teams. As for Colombia, they are at plus 303. So the U.S. and Colombia now pretty close to each other. Leon Hulsenberg, 268, Deandra Beatty, 204, and Josie Ernest, 227 in Game 4. They shoot 699, and that puts them at 237 over, 237 for that U.S. threesome. So it looks like Team USA has made a move with the 720 for Nation, Puhalski, and Johnson to get to 280 over. And now they trail Colombia by about 26 pins going into the final two games. Team USA, a couple of big games. Coach Kim Terrell-Kearney doing a good job helping the team out. She's listening to me and giggling. She says, "Stop distracting me. I'm trying to coach." But Team USA right in the mix for the medals here on the women's side of the trios event. After Colombia shot a low 600 series, or game, I should say, last game, and that has opened the door for Team USA to get right back in there. And they just happen to be all bowling next to each other. Colombia, USA, USA, down here on 39 through 44, which is unfortunately right in our area where we don't have any cameras and can't see those pairs, but we will keep an eye on that and keep you posted on how that progresses here in Game 5. As for the guys, they are still finishing Game 4 down there on the low end of the bowling center. I think I can see a few pairs still finishing up the 10th frame, so they are working a little bit behind the pace of the women's division. I was wondering why Jason was so quiet. Now I understand why. It's snack time.
Yeah, I'll let you do the talking for a little bit. And a little bit of nuts to munch on here. It's a kind of a long squad.
I was actually thinking the same thing. It's a long squad. I bet the players are pretty hungry as well.
And we saw them eating breakfast about the same time we did. And, now getting towards about 1 o'clock here, local time. Not unusual to have a power bar or the back of a settee to just kind of keep that energy level up.
I actually saw Stephanie Nation at breakfast this morning, and she went and grabbed a banana, and she said, "Don't tell anybody, I'm taking this with me to the bowling center." So I think quite a few of the players probably took advantage of that, to have a little snack before they get too hungry here in this long block, because this is a very long block. They started at 9 o'clock. It's probably going to take 5.5 hours for them to bowl this block.
Someone in the chat asking a very logical question about why we don't move the cameras. We have a couple of platforms set up here, which is where our cameras are high enough to have an angle to see over the players, coaches, spectators. Also have extensive cable that needs to be run to tape down so that nobody trips on it. So therefore, the cameras are fixed down and are where they are. So They do not move, and that coupled with the fact that your entire production team consists of the two who you've been listening to.
It's the Jason and Lucas show.
But,
I think we've got them spread out pretty good, about as good as we could get in a 72-lane center. We've gotten pretty lucky as far as having good action on the live streaming the whole time. Steven did tell me that the all-event standings for the women are on bowl.com, and he's working on the men. They should be up there pretty soon. That's after yesterday. Show you the scrolling scores as often as we can. Still waiting for an update after game 4 to come in. Again, congratulations to our 300 shooters here today. George Lambert from Canada had a 300 in the first game, and then Nazaret Zetter of Mexico shot 300 in the third game. So congratulations to those two. I believe our first 300s of the tournament. Again, the men are still finishing game 4. They should all be done pretty soon. I still see at least one pair that's within my eyesight that is not finished yet with game 4. All of the women are done with game 5, game 4, and based on what I saw, it looks like it's Columbia still in the lead at about plus 306. The USA in second at plus 280. And then the other U.S. trio is, I can't remember exactly what it was, like 230 over, 240, something like that. So we are in game 5 of 6 in the women's division. The men just getting started momentarily with game 5. Someone asking in the chat if we got the 300s on camera. I believe that Matt Lawson, our Bowl TV guru, got some footage of that, and hopefully he'll be able to put something together and put it on bowl.com a little bit later on today.
I know those 300 games are always fun to watch. Even the players that have a few to their credit feel like there's something extra special about doing it in an international competition representing the country. And as Lucas mentioned, at the time that they occurred, doing it here in the trios where you have a different pattern on the right and left lane, there's even more of an accomplishment. I'd be surprised if that isn't something that many of them have never done before. So be sure to check back and visit our YouTube channel often to see what new highlights are available. Bookmark it, or you can just make it easy and hit subscribe, and that'll give you an alert when something new has been up there. If you hit subscribe, then you'll know right away as soon as Matt's got those highlight videos done. If you haven't done so already, that option is right by where you're looking at the action. Our men's featured pairs are underway. Have El Salvador and Argentina here. Getting started.
We will, of course, keep an eye on Colombia and the U.S. teams that are in contention here. Looks like the standings updated in-house here. Colombia, USA, Mexico on the women's side after 4 games. Kind of what we expected, and all 4 of those teams are bowling right next to each other. That should be coming just a moment. Jason's going to try to get it on the screen for you. It's going to be right after this page, Jason. Take it now. Colombia in the lead. USA 23 pins back of first. Again, that's the women's updated after 4 games. The men look like they are still after 3 games. The women's going to come up again here, try to get another look at it. Again, Colombia in the lead by 23. And then the other U.S. team, 66 pins back. Mexico, 86 pins off the lead. And there's a pretty big gap between 4th and 5th of about looks like 70 pins between 4th and 5th, Mexico and Canada. And then the other Mexican team is 6th. The other Canadian team is 7th, Venezuela 8th, and El Salvador in 9th place. Again, there's about a game and a half to go in the women's trios.
Our other men's featured pair is Costa Rica, Panama.
Those of you asking us to change the cameras, I wish we could. We have stationary cameras. We've got them spread out pretty good, but we don't really we don't control who comes on the cameras. It's a wide variety of countries that are going to make it across, and quite honestly, although you may not want to watch some of the other countries bowl, they've got friends and family who want to watch them bowl, so we got to give everybody the same opportunity to get on the live stream. And we will keep you updated on Colombia, the U.S., and Mexico here in Game 5 best we can. Someone asking in the chat, is it 3 bowlers bowling 6 games? And that is correct. 3 bowlers bowling 6 games for the trios total. So each bowler will have a 6-game total that will be added together for each of the 3 to give you the trios total for each country. Each country has 2 trios teams if they brought a full roster of 6 players to this event, which most of the countries did do. Now that they've kind of settled in a little bit, wander down and see how Colombia, Mexico, and the U.S. are doing here in Game 5 on the women's side. All right, 6 frames. In the 6th frame, it looks like Colombia not really stringing any strikes together. I actually don't see any doubles on the board for Colombia here this game. And that's in the 6th frame, so they have cooled off dramatically. Now for Team USA, they are still finishing the 5th frame, and I do see a couple of doubles on the board for them, but really no strings of strikes for them as well. That's the U.S. team of Nation, Puhowski, and Johnson. The other U.S. team, Ernest, Holzenberg, and Asbady. Boy, only 2 doubles this game as well as we're in the 5th frame. So the U.S. and Colombia really, they aren't doing much down here halfway through game 5. The other country to look at is Mexico. And let's see if we can get an update on them. Well, it's not looking really good for Mexico, for the team that was in 3rd place. That was in 4th place. It would be Sandy Gongora's team, Yamada, Gonzalez, and Gongora. 63 in the 5th for one of their players, 60 in the 4th for another, and the other, Rodriguez with 3 in a row. So they are struggling mightily. The other Mexican team, I believe they were in 5th or 6th. They are bowling better. They're probably bowling the best out of any of those other teams that I have mentioned so far. Azarette has strung together 5 strikes in a row. Ileana Lomili had at least a 3-bagger early in this game, and Robole looks like she is just kind of sparing along here. So they at least have had a couple of strings of strikes, which is more than can be said for the other trios teams that are in the mix. So really it's down here in the settee, it's very subdued down here. There's not a lot of energy. There's not a lot of emotion going on down here. It seems to be that a lot of people are struggling with the potential transition, I guess, here as we're in the 5th game. And it's kind of funny because, usually when you get in these situations where you've got all these teams that are bunched together that are near the top, you have some energy and things kind of get going a little bit, but that's not what's happening down here. It's very subdued and very low scoring.
Yeah, you can sort of feel a different kind of climate. It's interesting to hear you say that it's down there that you're having it netted, because here part of our control area happens to be a group of teams that aren't really in contention, but it sounds like even contenders are not quite in the groove.
Well, the other country that's in the mix is Canada, and they are as far away as they can get from that group. So it'll be interesting to see what the vibe is down here. I'm walking that way right now to see how the Canadians are doing. Canada is about 30 lanes away from the rest of that group. So they probably have no idea what's going on down on the middle section of the house. And actually Canada bowling pretty well down here. See lots of doubles on the boards, a couple of 3-baggers. So Canada through 6 frames is looks to be making up a little bit of ground. At least
Canadian women.
Yeah, the Canadian women making up a little bit of ground here. It's Isabel, Samantha, and Caroline are the ones who are making up some ground. The other threesome, they are struggling a bit here, not really striking too much. So yeah, unless something changes, it looks like Canada might make up a little ground here in this 5th game. Still half a game to go though, so long ways left in game 5.
So perhaps the storyline will become who solves the transition first. What happens as we head into the 6th? And again, wrapping up on the women's side, Game 5. This is normally where we start seeing the energy level really heat up, but turned into a situation where teams are, at least at this stage, more concerned, it seems, with making sure they don't hurt themselves.
I'll be honest with you, Jason, it's borderline boring. There's just not much going on. And I expect that to change in the last game, though.
Yeah, it's kind of an odd situation. Given
maybe they're just tired. I don't know.
Given the the fast pace that we've seen in the first couple of events as we headed into Game 6, pace in terms of just energy and excitement. Not happening yet, but stay tuned.
Still waiting on the update on the men's scores after Game 4. Should be coming in soon. Again, remember the men are bowling slower than the women. Just got the men's results after 4 games. And Team USA is in the lead. Bill O'Neill, Marshall Kent, Tommy Jones at 27-36. They are ahead of Puerto Rico by 13 pins. John Perez, Hernandez, and Colon, they had that 778, you'll remember, which seems like ages ago. So they are second, 13 pins back of the lead. Sitting 29 pins off the lead is Canada, Lessard, Buffa, and Lambert. It looks like we do have that update now in the system. John Janowitz, Patrick Allen, Steve Smith in 4th place. Just 35 pins off the lead. So very, very close on the men's side going into Game 5. Just 35 pins separating the top 4 teams on the men's side.
Just getting word that the trios medal ceremony will take place tomorrow between the team event squads. So that'll be coming up tomorrow between the team event squads, the trios medal ceremony. We still will have the doubles medal ceremony following competition today. So the doubles medal ceremony will be immediately following the end of competition. And the trios will be tomorrow. I think that'll give them enough time to get everything verified and squared away to make sure that we're handing out the right medals. All the scores very close right now. Looks like the Colombian women have kind of started to get a little momentum going here towards the back half of this game. Clara has 3 in a row. She's up here in the 9th frame going for her 4th consecutive strike. We'll see if she gets it. She does not. She leaves a 4-pin. But they have kind of rebounded a little bit, although that hurts a little bit of their momentum going into the 10th frame. They're in the 9th frame. The other pairs around them still in the 7th. Liz Johnson just left a wicked blowout 7-pin. Andraz Beatty has come to life here in the middle part of Game 5 and has thrown 4 consecutive strikes. Looks like Colombia and Mexico are going to finish ahead of everybody else here in Game 5. They're in the 10th frame now. Azarette Zetter can shoot .248 this game. Maria Jose Rodriguez of Colombia just left a 3.6910. Her max score, if she can make it, is only 180. It's going to be really close going into the last game. Nobody's pulling away, and it's going to be really tight. It's going to come down probably to the final frames here this afternoon, at least on the women's side, and probably on the men's side as well. They, as we told you just a couple of minutes ago, it's just about 30 pins that separates the top teams on the men's side, so it's going to be real tight. Azarette doubled in the 10th, so that'll put her in the 240s.
If you're just tuning in, you are watching live coverage of the PABCON Championships, the trios competition, the conclusion of Game 5. We will be heading into the 6th and final game shortly, and it is total pinfall that determines the medal, so it'll be all on the line here in the next game. Things will be getting a lot more exciting as the teams jockey for position. Lucas out and about checking on the scores to give you a better idea of where everything stands. Last couple of days we've just had the medals come down to the last minute. Lucas?
Sorry, my headphones are breaking up. Jason, can't really hear you. What'd you say?
Oh, it's just it sounded like you had something to jump in with.
I was just going to say that Colombia and Mexico are finishing up here. Maria Jose Rodriguez 180, Nazareth Zetter 247. For the rest of the Mexican side, Lily Roble can only shoot 171 if she strikes on the fill, and Ileana can get to 234. So, although Azarette shot 247, not getting a lot of help out of their number 2 spot. Although they can still put together a decent game here if Ileana can strike out in the 10th and get to 234. As for Colombia, 180 for Maria Rodriguez. Rocio is up in the 10th right now, the chance to shoot 219. And she just left a 10 pin, so now that'll drop her max to 199. Clara Guerrero can strike out for 218, so now that means Colombia will not shoot plus this game. They will be under here in Game 5, and they likely will drop out of the top spot, it appears, depending on how the U.S. finishes this game. The U.S. trio that's right behind them finishes this game will determine whether Colombia stays in the lead or whether they drop. And I have a feeling they're going to drop out of first. I think that they probably will just drop down to second. I don't know that anybody's bowling a good enough game to... Anybody else is bowling a good enough game to hop ahead of them. Stephanie Nation just struck for a double for Team USA. They are in the 9th frame. So they're a little bit behind this other pair with Mexico and Colombia on it. Again, we don't have any cameras down here, so we can't show it to you, but try to give you the best updates we can. Looks like Mexico can get to plus 45 this game. That's the Zetter, Roble, Lomili trio. So they will make up some ground on Colombia this game. Clara Guerrero up in the 10th. I think 590 or 597 is the best that Colombia can shoot this game. Clara just struck on her first one. The other Mexican trio, Yamada, Gonzalez, and Gongora, finishing up the 9th frame. Their max scores are 172, 247, and 220. So again, not bowling a game that is fantastic, but not terrible if they can finish it off here strong. Johnson, Nation, and Plahowski for Team USA have got a little momentum going into the final frame of this game. Nation and Johnson both working on a double, while Plahowski working on a strike. Max scores are 237, 215, and 228, and that would certainly put them ahead of Colombia. Colombia going to shoot 587 this game. So I think that's easily Colombia's worst game of the day. They keep going downhill. Stephanie Nation is up in the 10th, working on a double. Just struck again. Starting to show some emotion down here. Jason, you might be able to get a wide look at Stephanie on her next shot. Just a reaction shot at least. Since they're in the 10th frame, and I think they kind of know that they're going to probably be in the lead after this game, so try to create a little bit of a cushion if they can by finishing off this game strong. Again, 237, 215, 227, the max scores for Team USA this game. That would probably put them in the lead by 70 pins or so going into the last game. And Stephanie left the big four on that shot. Head down and get an update on the men here in just a moment. Again, the men are bowling about 4 or 5 frames behind the women, it seems like. So the men are in the middle part. Some of them are finishing up this game already, but I think a lot of them still in the middle stages of this game. Stephanie gets 2, and she shoots 221. Means Team USA's max score 663 now, I believe. Or 664, actually. And they were down, I think, about 23 pins to Colombia, so that would give them a 50-pin advantage going into the last game over Colombia if Team USA were to pick up a couple of doubles here in the 10th frame from Plahowski and Johnson. Plahowski leaves the 8-pin.
So there's kind of a glimpse down, Lucas. We're looking at the general area where the contenders are: Mexico, Colombia, USA. Some of the key teams that are in contention. Of course, Canada also in the mix there at the other end of the Senator.
Yeah, they're down about 28 lanes away from where we are here. Lane 40, they're on the end, like lane 70 or so, about 30 lanes away. The other Mexican trio, Yamada, Gonzalez, and Gongora, they can still shoot 623 this game if Sandy strikes out in the 10th. And Sandy just left a 2-pin on her first shot. So it looks like they're going to be right at even this game. So again, no big games here in Game 5 on the women's side, it seems like. Haven't made it down to Canada in a while, so Not exactly sure how they are doing. They're very far away from us.
Yeah, I can't see anything with their score from here.
195 for Pluhowski. Team USA can still get to 644 if Liz Johnson strikes out in the 10th frame.
See Liz on the approach in the distance.
She's working on a double going into the 10th. It's a good shot. Gets the strike. The other U.S. trio is just going into the 10th frame now, and let's see if we can take a look at what they're doing. Josie's max is 184. Deandra can shoot 222, and Leanne can shoot 223. So they can shoot a little plus this game. Canadians are making some noise down on the high end. I'm going to head down there in a moment to see the shot from Liz. Johnson leaves the 7-pin. So that means Team USA will shoot 633 with a spare, and that should move them into the lead ahead of Colombia, but very close. Just a couple of pins separating Colombia and the United States going into the last game. Go down and check out Canada and see how they're finishing up on the women's side. And they are just throwing the last shot here. 212, 213, 203 for Canada. So they go plus 28. That is Isabel, Samantha, and Caroline. Worth noting, Colombia has had to make the flip from the middle of the house to the high end of the house. So Colombia will be down, probably a bit isolated down there on 69 and 70 for the last game.
You know, it's going to be a little tricky to try to see all this. We're going to have a bird's eye view of Mexico on the women's side. But it might be a little bit trickier to see what happens with Canada and Colombia. Team USA will be fairly close off camera, but at least we'll be able to see them.
So I think it should be USA, Colombia, USA going into the last game. Not 100% sure about that. It's very, very close, and there are a lot of teams still in the medal hunt here. Okay, I've made my way down here to the men's side where it looks like they're starting to finish up Game 5. Trying to get an update on Canada here. They are right in front of me. Lambert can shoot 257. Mark Rufa shot 258. They also have a 220 on the board by Lessard. So a big game here by the Canadians. They're going to be over 700 in Game 5. Although Lambert just left a 4-6-7 split. So they're going to be at 7-11, assuming he gets 2 of them. And that threesome for Canada in 3rd place. Coming into this game, they were 29 pins off the lead. The other Canadian trio, 200 is a final for Patrick Gerard. The other max scores are 210 and 244, so they could go plus 54 this game. Now the U.S. is still only in the 8th frame and 9th frame of this game. And taking a look at it here, O'Neill, Jones, and Kent, who are in the lead, they have all struck in the 9th. Bill O'Neill's max score is 248, Marshall Kent 238, Tommy Jones 226. So they're going to need a big finish if they want to stay up there with Canada, who shot 7-11, because Canada was only 29 pins off the lead going into this game.
So the contending teams here from Mexico that are on our featured pairs are underway. 2nd frame shot there for Zetter. Our other team is just getting going in the 1st frame. See if I can get an update on Puerto Rico on the men's side here. Well, it looks like they've already moved for Game 6. So I'm not sure what they shot. I'll have to keep an eye on it.
Waiting on Team USA men to finish down here on the low end of the bowling center. It's only about 40 lanes away from where Jason is set up with the live stream platform. Jason, am I coming in okay?
You're coming in okay. I can't hardly see. Have no clue where you are, but
I'm down on 17 and 18. I can't hear you very well, but I can. As long as you can hear me, that's all that matters. 235 for Bill O'Neill. Again, Marshall Kent can max out at 238. Tommy Jones can max out at 226. Marshall Kent just struck on his first shot in the 10th. As soon as the scoreboards flip over, I'll give you an update on Puerto Rico, but it might be a few minutes. In the meantime, I might see if I can get Jerry Edwards to let me know.
Goro with a strike. Maybe a little momentum for Mexico. All 6 bowlers struck in the second.
Jerry Edwards says that the Puerto Rican men's team that was in second place shot 630. 630. So 630 for Puerto Rico on the men's side in game 5. Marshall Kent doubled in the 10th to get into the 230s. So Team USA trying to hang on to the lead against Canada. Canada shot 711 in game 5.
Another strike from Mexico.
And
A lot of doubles.
I believe if Tommy Jones strikes out, then Team USA will shoot 709 this game, so they actually wouldn't give back that many pins if Tommy can strike out. Tommy did not strike on his first shot in the 10th. He left a 10 pin. So they will lose some ground to Canada, and it will be virtually even going into the last game between the U.S. and Canada.
Strike for Reina from Costa Rica. Team USA's women have gotten started in game 6. It looks like Stephanie started with a double strike spare for Shannon and a double for Liz. So a good start for that group. little bit harder for me to see. Holsenberg, Asbeatty, Ernest. Looks like no doubles, but no opens through 2. Open for Zetter, Mexico.
Like
Slows that momentum a little bit.
looks like Canada will have, I believe, the lead on the men's side. It's not 100% sure, but it's going to be real close. They're gonna be ahead of O'Neill, Kent, and Jones, who previously held the lead. The other U.S. trio is playing this game 217, 176, and 245. Their max scores.
Nice shot by Robles. Stephanie Nation, Team USA, just off to the left. Faced a split in frame 3. So doubles and then a split. Momili has front 3 for Mexico, but fortunate to avoid a split on that shot. Janet Pluhowski just struck for Team USA. Gongora 3 in a row. Liz Johnson also just struck off camera for 3 in a row.
Steve Smith managed to double in the 10th to get the U.S. trio to 636 that game. So they kind of save it a little bit there. But they're going to have a lot of work to do to get into medal contention, I think. Have to wait for the update to come in.
Here's Stephanie. 4th frame. And she strikes. Right next door. Zetter from Mexico.
Since the guys are getting ready to start game 6, I'm going to head down here back towards the women's division, because they will certainly finish first, probably about a half a game ahead of the men.
Pluhowski now on the approach. On the 4th frame, Shannon working on a strike. Throwing that urethane ball. And the 7-pin is not going to go. Double for Robles.
Scores are updated, looks like, on the board in-house here after 5 games for the women. I think we can get an update on our scoring, or our scroller as well.
Gongora looking for 4. Oh, Sandy is starting to get into the zone. Lucas, seen her get that way, that look before. She's got it now. But Liz Johnson also has it. Front 3 for Liz. See if she can make it 4. Boom. So Lucas, I think the tone has definitely turned, and
Yeah, and if
the
you
excitement level ratcheting up here in front of us for the women.
if you take a look at the scroller, Jason, it's going to rotate through here in a second, and we're going to have the women's scores after 5.
All right, we got Stephanie on the approach. So we will strike for Nation.
There's the scores coming up in just a second. Well, Jason's got to wait
Let
for
it
it to
go
go
through
through
again.
now. Helps to hit the right button, but we won't give Jason a hard time. He's been flipping cameras for a while
I
today.
didn't want to cheat our Mexican fans out of seeing a strike there.
Should be coming up right now. There we go. Nation, Plahowski, and Johnson in the lead by 23 pins over Columbia. And then a little bit of a gap there between second and third. So it's USA, Colombia, USA, Mexico, Canada, Mexico. And then another almost 100 pins back between 6th and 7th. So if Yamada, Gonzalez, and Gongora from Mexico are going to have an opportunity to medal, they need a huge game, and so far so good.
They're doing it.
Yeah, they're
They
bowling
are
well.
Really stepped up.
Liz Johnson is bowling well this game, but her teammates not giving her a whole lot to work with down there. And Columbia, of course, is all the way down on 69 and 70 or 67, 68. I'm not sure which pair, but way down on the end. We can't even see them. We'll have to keep an eye on Rodriguez, Restrepo, and Guerrero of Colombia to see how they finish up.
Mentioned it earlier that see it happen sometimes. Sandra Gongora can be a very streaky player. She is getting on a hot streak at just the right time for Mexico.
Well, they're about 100 pins back of first, and the way they're striking, it's not out of the question they could go from fourth to first this game.
Liz Johnson missed on that one. I don't know if you can see what the other Team USA trio is up to.
They're not doing a whole lot. I see some spares and I see an open frame, and I don't see very many strikes on the board for them. They're only in the 5th frame though. I just finishing the 4th, I should say.
We'll also be keeping an eye off in the distance on Canada.
Yeah, they've got a good chance if they can bowl a big game to get in the mix, but they are about 138 pins off the lead, but they are only 77 pins outside of third.
Nation, as you can tell, didn't need to see the pins to know the result there.
And yeah, yes, we have been showing the women most of the day, and that's because the men are bowling on the low end and we're set up on the high end of the bowling center. And so we have a couple of cameras down there. We did show the men quite a bit this morning, and we'll keep an eye on them as we move along here. They are bowling about a half a game, 7 frames behind the women. So the women a bit more compelling at this particular moment, but we will focus on the men for the final frames of the trios down there. Mexico had an open in the by their leadoff bowler, Yamada. She opened in the 7th, but Gonzalez comes up and backs her up with a strike. Nation, Johnson, and Pluhowski for the U.S. all strike in the 6th frame as they try to get some momentum going. They are only a pair away from the Mexican team that is putting up this challenge, so they probably are aware of the situation. Sandy Gongora is up. Jason, if we can flip over to her. Just went through the face, left the 6, 9, 10.
Unfortunately, our fixed camera position over on the men's side, I don't believe has any of the contenders.
I think the Canadians might be close, and when I have a moment towards the later stage of this game, I might be able to go down and move a camera a couple of pairs to the left to see if we can get
Mexico on the men's side over there too. I think they're too far out to really have much of a chance.
So really right now there are 6 teams on the women's side in contention for medals. USA, Colombia, USA, Mexico, Canada, and Mexico, I should say. Those are the 6 teams that are really in contention for a medal. Stephanie Nation has now thrown 4 consecutive strikes for the United States as they try to build some momentum here in the later closing stages of this trios event. Shannon Pluhowski just struck for a double. Mexico started to cool off a little bit here. Not sure what Canada is doing down there, but try to keep an eye on that as well. Canada missed the single pin in the 5th frame. They did have a couple of strings of strikes going, but not currently stringing any strikes. Liz Johnson just doubled for the U.S. Now all 3 U.S. players have at least a double going into the 8th frame as they are making their move here down the stretch. Wild card here is Colombia. It's time to put my walking shoes back on and get out there in the field and see what we can find out about Colombia.
All right, I'll do my best to keep us updated on what happens with Mexico and the United States. Again, our focus right now on the women's division, as the women are going to be finishing ahead of the men. Here's a look at Nation. She's looking to keep the streak alive. And I believe the 10 pin stayed up. Hard to see from that angle, but judging from Stephanie's reaction.
Well, Jason, I'm down here behind Colombia now, and they are about to start the 8th frame. And it's not exactly a big game for the Colombians. I only see 1 double on the scoreboard in the last 4 frames. Max scores, if they were to strike out from the 8th on, would be 228, 244, 226, but that's a long ways to go. So they still have 3 frames left, and only one of the players working on a strike. That's Maria Rodriguez, who's up right now, and she just threw a double. I'm telling you, this is going to be very, very close at the end. It's going to be hard to tell who comes away with the gold, the silver, and the bronze on the women's side and on the men's side. The men very close as well.
Take out your walking shoes and take out your calculator too, Lucas.
Yeah, I might need to grab my notepad, take some notes.
Howski, see if she can double. Ten down for Shannon P.
It's 3 in a row for Plahowski.
Robles does not strike. Liz Johnson up for Team USA. She does strike. I don't think that I don't know, Lucas. I'm just trying to do the math in my head of whether or not Mexico is running out of time here to be able to catch Team USA with the way that Team USA is striking. Here's Nation. Strike for Nation. the Yamada Gonzalez Gongora trio for Mexico that is putting up the best game. Just had an open by Yamada in the leadoff spot. Gonzalez has 4 in a row. And Gongora putting together a big game as well. Ninth frame, this is a huge shot, potentially from Gonzalez coming up for Mexico. Almost gets a really lucky break. Liz Johnson failed to continue her string. It's like a 4-pin leave for Liz in the 9th.
Well, Mexico entered this game 94 pins off the lead. That was the team with Gongora on it. And they're going to finish first, it looks like, although it's going to be close. They might finish at the same time as the U.S. The other U.S. trio is only in the 7th frame.
I have a hard time seeing their scores, Lucas. How is that group doing, the Ernest Holstenberg?
Still pretty early in the game. I've got a couple of doubles, but long ways to go. Gongora just struck in the 9th.
Take a look at Stephanie Nation, one of the more animated players for Team USA. 10th frame, working on a strike. This is going to be a big one.
Yeah, we're just going to have to wait and see who posts the score and if anybody can top it.
Ultimately in a position where nobody really knows exactly what anybody else needs.
Well, the U.S. is putting together a good game here. If they all strike out, Nation can go 244, Wachowski can go 227, and Liz Johnson can go 257. I don't see anybody beating that, to be honest with you, but we'll have to wait and see. Oh, the 5-pin got slapped silly by Nation. Even Ecuador is cheering for the U.S. down here.
It's contagious.
Just don't see any way that the Mexican team with Gongora on it can catch these guys. They're down almost 100 coming into this game. And the way the U.S. is bowling, I think that they're safe as far as being caught by Mexico, at least for the gold. Mexico's certainly still in the mix for a medal, depending on how everybody else finishes up. Stephanie Nation up, second shot in the 10th. That's a little left. Goes Brooklyn, leaves the 6. That'll give her a 233 game if she makes the spare. Again, the other U.S. trio still has 3 frames to go.
Second shot in the 10th for Yamada.
It's good.
Very nice.
Canada's trying to hang in there. They got a couple of doubles on the board, but I also see an open. That's never a good sign. Colombia getting ready to bowl the 10th frame here in just a moment. Max score for them is 207, 244, 206. So I don't think that they are going to have enough to get past the USA, because their max score is plus 57. So plus 57 the max for Colombia, as we will have to see if they will have any shot at the gold here, but I don't think they will. The Canadian team, Lagrange, in that trio, 138 pins off the lead. If they all punch in the 8th, 9th, and 10th, they can go 257, 268, 224. I think that would not be enough to get to the gold, but maybe enough to get them a medal.
Striking the 10 for Gonzalez. Zetter with a strike. Her first shot at the 10th.
I think that Johnson Nation and Pulhowski have got this thing locked up, Jason. I think they're going to win it. On the men's side, Canada leads by 3 over the U.S., with Puerto Rico in 3rd. We'll get you an update on that in just a couple of minutes.
So for Mexico, Yamada in the books with a 210, Gonzalez 227. Gongora yet to bowl.
256 max for her.
256 max.
Liz Johnson just struck first shot in the 10th. I think they got this thing. They're going to shoot 700 this game. And they were already ahead of Colombia by 23. Remember, Colombia's max was plus 57. So this is going to be a U.S. victory here this afternoon in the women's trios event. The only question is who's going to get the silver, who's going to get the bronze.
Phil's shot for Zetter. She shoots 214. There's Johnson. Left a 10 pin there, so she will be 247. Assuming she picks it up. Over to Gongora. Maybe the gold is out of reach for Mexico, but not the silver. Big shot in the 10th for Sandra. 10 pin doesn't go.
So Team USA shoots 694. Puts them at plus 407. Well, there's nobody else who can get there. So the U.S. is going to win it.
Don't know. They're pretty subdued about it over there, whether they have any clue what the standings are or not.
I'm pretty sure they got this thing. I think they're focusing on their other teammates who still have a couple of frames to go. I think Sandy makes her spare. So Mexico will shoot 673 this game if she strikes on the fill.
Looking at Canada, it looks like Ryu can go out for 227. Howe a max of 217. Lagrange just opened. Well, maybe it's too hard for me to see.
So U.S. finished at plus 407. That's Nation, Plahowski, and Johnson. Gongora's Mexican team finishes at plus 292. Go down and see if we can get a final tally on Colombia so we can figure out the other medal positions.
See if you can see what's going on with Canada. You can probably see it a little better than I can.
Yeah, Caroline opened in the 8th. And they still have a couple of frames to go. Colombia 197, 233, 206 is what they're going to shoot if Clara gets another one in the 10th. So they're looking at 636, which would put them at plus 326.
Josie Ernest just struck again for Team USA. Deandra up now. 9th frame. She's looking to tie a couple of strikes together.
That Team USA pairing would need 675 to move ahead of Colombia, assuming Clara strikes on her next shot.
Deandra just struck again.
Clara struck as well.
Leanne crossed over, did not strike.
Plus 325 for Colombia.
Olsenberg just missed the spare.
Canada cannot medal. So Canada is out of medal contention. The U.S. team that's still bowling will need to shoot 641 to get the bronze. Right now, their max 246, 202, 201. They're going to need a big 10. All three players have to double in the 10th to medal.
There's Josie Ernest.
There's one. One down and a bunch more to go. Gotta have it. Not meant to be. I think they're going to be short. Yeah, they needed 640, and they can't quite get there. They can only get 637 now. So it looks like, based on my math, the U.S. wins the gold, Colombia the silver, and Mexico wins the bronze. And I see the Mexican players giving some hugs. I'm not sure if they know yet. I think they do know. I'm going to head down to the guys now and try to regroup and figure out what's going on down there. Because they are in the closing stages of Game 6. They've just got a couple of frames to go down here.
As we've been detailing for you, we have our cameras on platforms and fixed positions that were dictated ahead of the start. So unfortunately, we are not able to have a good look at all the contenders. Lucas, I don't know if there is any possibility
I'm going to make a move here. We're going to get Canada on the men's side for the last couple of frames. Give me a second.
So it appears unofficially on the women's side, Team USA with the gold, Colombia the silver, Mexico the bronze.
All right, Jason, camera 5. You should have a look at Canada, the men's team that is in the lead. They're bowling pretty well. A lot of strings of strikes up there on the board for the Canadians. Another strike, Mark Buffa. Jason, you should have a scoreboard look on Canada for camera 6.
Got it. See, it looks like a lot of strikes for Lambert as he steps up here in the ninth.
I think his max is 259.
Just off to the far left side of your screen, George is about to deliver. Here's the scoreboard for Canada.
Things not going well for Team USA this game. And this looks like it may be Canada's to lose at this point. Bill O'Neill only 134 in the 7th and Marshall Kent 110 in the 6th. Too many open frames on the board for Team USA. The other USA trio struggling as well. And I think that Canada is on their way to the gold in the men's trios event. That's what it's looking like down here. There's too many strikes for the Canadians.
I think so.
Of course, don't know what Puerto Rico's doing, so I need to check in with them. But Canada's putting up such a high score so far, heading into the 10th frame, that it's hard to imagine that anybody's going to get there. I'm going to check on Puerto Rico, though.
So look down the far end of the center where the men's competition is taking place. You can see Bill O'Neill off in the distance just delivering a shot. So Lucas will continue to bring us updates. Tenth frame now. Split. So a split for Lassard.
Jason, you got me?
I got you.
Okay, headset went dead there.
Lassard may only be in the 180s now because of the split.
Let's take a look here, yeah. That might be the only thing that holds him back. Puerto Rico not bowling a very good game down there. Oh, he almost made it. Wow. That was really close. He shoots 182. Can still get 246 out of Bufa and 259 out of Lambert to make up for it, though.
I actually have that attempted split conversion on replay. Let's take another
there
look
you
at
go,
just how
Jason.
close it was. See a great effort. The pin just slides right in front. So close. Now Mark Bufa. His 10th frame. This will be 4 strikes.
Jason, my headset's dead, so if you can hear me, put your hand in the air. Okay, thank you. It's Venezuela just shot 717 the last game to get to plus 391, and that should put them in medal contention here. Still closing things out here. The other Canadian team finishes at plus 342. So that means that Venezuela has jumped ahead of them at least. Another strike for Buffa. It's 5 in a row. And that puts him in the 240s. It's looking good for Canada. Again, Jason, my headset is dead, so if I talk on top of you, I apologize.
Doing fine, Lucas.
Buffa up for the fill ball here. Gets you 246 with a strike, and he gets it. So 246 for Buffa. Lassard had 182. And the max score for Canada is 687 this game, 687. If Lambert strikes out in the 10th. So it's not 100% over yet, I don't think. But it's getting pretty close to Canada being able to celebrate this thing. Oh, wow. Gets the 4 out. And I think if Team USA strikes off the sheet, they can still get there. But it's very close. It's going to come down to the final numbers here. Marshall Kent did not strike on working on a strike, so that is bad news for Team USA. I think it's over. I think Canada has won with that non-strike by Marshall Kent. Canadian players trying to do the math down here, but I think the math is pretty easy at this point. I don't think that the U.S. has enough room left to catch them. Another question is going to be where the other medals go. Lambert, 9 on the second shot in the 10th. He's going to shoot 248 with a spare. That would give Canada 676. Put them at plus 494. The U.S. would need to go 80 over this game, and I believe that's out of the wood.
Can just see Tommy Jones off in the distance, I believe. He's to the left of Patrick Allen.
All right, it's not quite over yet. Tommy Jones can still shoot 290, I believe, this game. And Team USA basically has to go off the sheet here, the last frame.
There's Jones.
9th and 10. Tommy did strike in the 9th. I think Team USA is still in it here. Yeah, Tommy Jones can shoot 290, and we can go 290, 214, 200 for plus 104 this game, and that would put Team USA at plus 519, and they would win by 21 pins. So there isn't very much margin for error. They might be able to miss one time, if that.
Lucas trying to do the math. See if Team USA has a chance.
I think they have a chance. But they need a lot of striking. Unfortunately, it's very far away from our cameras. Bill O'Neill is up in the 10th, working on a strike. And Bill comes up light, leaves the 2-8-10, and that's going to do it. I believe it's over now. I think Canada's going to win it. He has to make it to have any chance, I believe. A lot of folks gathered down here. It's hard to tell what's going on. Open frame for O'Neill in the 10th.
Yeah, we are.
I believe Puerto Rico still has a chance to get a medal.
We're obstructed from being able to see the people gathered behind, but it is a large group back there doing the math and waiting to see what happens.
It's very close for the final medals here. But it looks like Canada has won the gold medal in the men's trios. It's a matter of final finishing position for the other teams. Jason, take camera 5.
Looks like celebrations for Canada. Terrific day for the Canadian men. They look poised to take home the gold. George Lambert with a 300 game. Very well done.
Jason, can you still hear me? Okay, I have no headphones anymore. It was the USA team of Janowitz, Allen, and Smith finishing at plus 351, and they will not medal. Canada is going to finish first, and it's to be determined the silver and the bronze yet. They're still waiting for final scores here. I would say it looks pretty good for U.S. to get silver, And I believe that the bronze is still up for grabs between Venezuela and Puerto Rico. Tommy Jones has had a chance to shoot 290 this game, but gets 7 on the first shot in the 10th. Puts his max score at 267 now. Puerto Rico is making noise down here still. John Perez just struck out for 170. They can go 170, 205, 247. That would give them plus 22. And I don't think that's enough for Puerto Rico to medal. I think they're going to be short. Looks like it's going to be Canada, USA, Venezuela, I believe. But that's unofficial. Although the Puerto Ricans still cheering like they have a chance. But I don't think that they do. Unless my math is wrong. Team USA finishes at 648 this last game. Puts them at plus 463. Canada finished at plus 494. Venezuela at plus 391.
Well, we'll just pull the camera back now, as there's really not a whole lot to see down there. Lucas will fill us in on what's going on those last couple of shots. And if you want to stick around with us, we actually will have a medal ceremony coming up for the doubles competition, the winners from yesterday. And hopefully soon we'll have official results here from the trios. So feel free to stick around with us. We appreciate everyone joining us on Bold TV and hope that you'll be back with us again tomorrow as well for a little bit more. It looks like Lucas is bringing
Jason,
over an interview. Is going to have George Lambert for a moment to share some of his thoughts on
got George Lambert
what's going on. Lucas
here, and congratulations, Team Canada, on gold medal in the trios event. You bowled the 300 game today. Just a great day all around for you guys, huh?
It was really great. We didn't know who to compare with who. The coach didn't tell us either until later on that night, and it was perfect. Couldn't have worked out any better. We got a team that's pretty good, and we got a team that's ready for the team event. So that's what we're excited for, and that's why we're here.
Did you guys have any idea that you really needed to put a big game on the board, or is it hard to tell what's going on out there with so many teams in contention?
Sure, and especially when the Puerto Ricans are here, because they're screamers. So you never know if they've got 590 or if they've got 790. So we just made our best shots that we could. We did what we could do on the lanes, and that's what we're about, is doing what we can do. And if we end up wherever the dust settles is where the dust settles.
So what is the feeling and the mood of the team to bring home a gold medal to Canada from the tournament this week?
The ladies' teams are shedding a lot of tears. We got a couple of tears on the guys' side too, and it's we work. We work at what we do. We take a lot of time. We practice. We work full-time jobs, and we're dual duty here. So to come out and bowl good and to win a gold is awesome.
Congratulations, George Lambert. Good bowling this week. Good luck tomorrow in the team event.
Thank you.
So George.
So we're going to wait for the medal ceremony to come up here in just a few minutes for the doubles event. That's going to be starting probably in about 20 minutes or so. The trios medal ceremony will be taking place tomorrow between the blocks of the team event. So hang around. We will be back with you in just a couple of minutes as they gear up for the medal ceremony of the doubles event here at the PABCON Championships.
Thanks, Lucas. See Matt Lawson there, going to visit with George Lambert as well. We'll have highlight videos coming up, as well as you'll be able to have a chance to see some of George's 300 game from earlier today. So don't go anywhere. Doubles medal ceremony coming up, and complete recaps and official results on bowl.com later today.
Queremos recordar a todos que dentro de poco vamos a tener la premiación de dobles. We'd like to remind everybody that very short we'll have the double event award presentation. También favor entregar los resultados del trío y también la alineación de equipo para mañana. Also, please hand us the results, the trio event and the lineup sheet of tomorrow before leaving.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. If I could ask everyone to direct their attention to the area in front of lanes 53 through 56. Welcome to the Strike Zone Bowling Center inside the Sunset Station Hotel and Casino, and to the doubles medal ceremony of the 2012 PABCON Adult Championships. At this time, please welcome to the stage our medalists in the women's division. Presenting the medals, PABCON board member Kathy Innes and PABCON president Jose Juandique. The bronze medalists representing Canada, Samantha Howe and Caroline Lagrange. The silver medalist representing Mexico, Azaret Zetter and Eliana Lomili. The gold medalist representing Colombia, Maria Jose Rodriguez and Rocio Restrepo. Ladies and gentlemen, now please rise for the playing of the national anthem of Colombia. Congratulations to our medalists in the women's doubles competition. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention back to the stage as we welcome our medalists in the men's doubles division. Presenting the medals will be First Vice President of PABCON, Veronica Raji, and WTBA President Kevin Dornberger. The bronze medalists, representing Costa Rica, Alberto Lozano and Alejandro Reina. The silver medalist, representing the United States of America, John Janowitz and Steve Smith. the gold medalists, representing the United States of America, Bill O'Neill and Tommy Jones. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask that you all rise for the playing of the national anthem of the United States of America. Congratulations to the medalists in the men's doubles division.
Thanks for watching. We'll be back with you tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Pacific time here on Bold TV with the team event. So be sure to tune back in tomorrow morning. Back live with you with continuing coverage of the PABCON Adult Championships. For Jason Overstreet, I'm Lucas Wiseman. We'll see you guys back here tomorrow. Have a good evening.